Holy crap. What in the world did we just witness? What in the world just transpired in Madison Square Garden tonight in game 5 of the in game 4? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Game 4 of the NBA Finals in the Garden in Gotham. An absolute, in my estimation, must-win game for the New York Knicks. Must win because they stole games 1 and 2 in San Antonio. They then went home, no shame, lost game 3 in the Garden to let the Spurs creep ever so slightly back into this series, a 2-1 series all of a sudden. It became a monumental game for the New York Knicks because if they blew that 2-0 lead from the road to start this series, well, all of a sudden, that means that it's a 2-2 series now. The San Antonio Spurs have complete and total momentum going home for game 5 in a series where they have blown their first 2 home games. Gotta like their chances to get game 5, then finally get off the schneid and get a home win in this series to then presumptively win 3 consecutive games and take a 3-2 series lead. So this was an absolute must-winner, in my estimation, for the New York Knicks, or they would be lamenting this game, lamenting this loss for probably the next 53 years, which likely would be the next time they got this close to an NBA championship win. And the San Antonio Spurs were absolutely laying belt to us. I mean, this game was unequivocally DOA, dead on arrival, over, finished. 29, a 29-point lead. My goodness. All of the hoodlums throughout Gotham City tonight who were obviously jumping San Antonio Spurs fans last game at the end of game 3 in a classless display, in my estimation, were getting ready. They were getting hype. They were going out on a mission to take out any San Antonio Spurs jerseys that they saw on the streets tonight. And then the greatest comeback in professional basketball history. When you really, ultimately, I do believe that. And look, 2 things can be true. The answer, as always, is yes. Is it the greatest comeback ever? Is it the greatest choke job ever? The answer is yes to both. Because you don't blow 29-point leads in game 4s, pivotal game 4s in the NBA Finals. Do you know how I know? No one has ever done it before. This is the biggest collapse in NBA Finals history. The ABA-NBA merger point, whenever you want to start counting it, basically going all the way back, I believe, to the 1950s. No team has ever blown a lead this large. And look, it's not like it was just 29 in the first half because the game was over, finished in the first half. In fact, I was bored watching this game for mostly all of it until the last 7 minutes because the Spurs were absolutely trouncing the New York Knicks, thoroughly undressing them the entire game. Yes, we have moderator Gary on right now. He and I just got into a screaming match right before I went on live because
I wasn't screaming. You were screaming.
Because Gary and I were arguing during the game because Gary was being a pessimistic Nancy about his San Antonio Spurs, and I was just laughing in his face because it was a ludicrous and preposterous suggestion that any team could possibly squander this lead. And not just any team, a team that is absolutely evenly matched with the New York Knicks. Like if the Knicks were like substantially better, and even then, you cannot blow a 20. It's impossible to blow a 20-point fourth quarter lead in game 4 of the NBA Finals in a series which has been so utterly even all the way. Basically down to the wire in 3 straight games. These teams are extraordinarily even matched. In fact, if you ask me, the Spurs have been the better team in this series for the majority of it, for the larger portion of it. So there's no absolute excuse, way, shape, or form that they should have ever blown a 29-point lead at any point of the game. I don't care if it's a 29-point lead in the first quarter. However, it wasn't just that, was it? It was a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter. They were up 20, basically, in my estimation, going on to win an NBA championship. Because again, you take all the momentum back now from New York. You then head home to San Antonio for a best of three with 2 of the 3 in your building. The San Antonio Spurs were heading towards an NBA championship, up 29 in this game in the first half, up 20 in the fourth quarter. And they just absolutely collapsed. An all-time epic choke job. All time. This is an all-timer. I have been watching basketball at the professional level for 30 years. And I have never in my entire life seen anything remotely close to this. I remember back in the 2000 NBA championship round, the NBA Western Conference Finals, when the Shaq and Kobe Lakers, under the first year tutelage of Phil Jackson as the head coach, looked like they were on a championship run, and they collapsed against the Portland Trail Blazers. They were up 3-1. They got tied 3-3. They went into game 7 in LA, and they were getting their asses beat all game long. They were down by 13 at the end of the third. And then they had like a miraculous comeback in that fourth quarter, which ended with Kobe crossing Scottie Pippen and throwing the lob to Shaquille O'Neal, and then Shaq running down the court pointing, and Kobe jumps in his arms. That was a 13-point lead. The Knicks were down 20 in the fourth of this game. I am literally at an absolute loss right now. I can't wrap my head around it. I am speechless. Just as I was after Victor Wembanyama's masterclass game 1 against the Oklahoma City Thunder, game 1 of that Western Conference final series, about 3 weeks ago now at this point. I am now speechless right now at the epic, historic, and monumental choke job by the San Antonio Spurs. And they all wear it. All of them, including Victor Wembanyama. 9 of 25 for him, 24 points, a +1 ultimately is what he ended this game as. Karl Anthony Towns, look, this guy probably ain't going to win the NBA Finals MVP, but he is the most important player in this series. He played 11 minutes through the end of the third quarter or something like that, because he picked up 2 insanely quick foul calls, the quickest 2 fouls since 1998 in an NBA Finals series. There's been much made of the officiating throughout the course of this series. There's been much made primarily about the officiating on Karl Anthony Towns. And I thought with all of the criticisms that were flying around about the officiating being one-sided and favoring the San Antonio Spurs, that the Knicks really would get the advantage in this game. And look, they shot more free throws than the Spurs tonight. However, I really thought that would mean a little bit longer of a leash for Karl Anthony Towns, allowing him to get away with a little more physicality. Not the case, because he had 2 fouls in like 6 minutes. He ended up getting, I think he had 3 fouls in like 8 minutes. The guy barely played all game long. He was a -11 going into the fourth quarter. He ends the game at +17. So the best ± on the entire team tonight, on the entire floor, I should say. The best ± for the Spurs or the Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns, in only 26 minutes. 26 minutes only. Jalen Brunson played 44 minutes. OG Anunoby played 41. Karl Anthony Towns, 26. And he had the best ± in the game, +17. Because Big Purr is just that important. And he was outstanding in the 26 minutes that he actually got to play tonight, when he wasn't battling ridiculous foul trouble for a 4th consecutive game. Of course, Jalen Brunson, yes, hit some masterpiece shots down the stretch of the fourth quarter. The guy is clutch. There's no denying that. Again, though, under 500. He has not shot 50% from the field for a single game yet in 4 consecutive games of this series. OG Anunoby, who I thought, check that. OG1 Kenobi who, of course, if you guys are just joining us for the first time here in Skap Live After Dark, if you are, by the way, welcome in. We got about 1,600 people right now in the live stream. So welcome in. Please do make sure that you crush that like button, as the young kids say these days, or whatever. Smash the like button. Let the YouTube algorithms know that they need to send this show out to the rest of the YouTube sphere to get more viewers and more visibility on here. And if you guys are joining me here for the first time, please do make sure that you subscribe here for me, please, and turn on notifications. But if you weren't on after game 3, you, of course, wouldn't know that my wife renamed OG Anunoby to OG1 Kenobi last game. And let me just get to her artwork here. This is something she made during the game last game, as I was raving about OG1 the entire game. The Jedi, he just, look at him right here. He just comes right off of the Jedi Council for back-to-back monstrous games. Monstrous. Not only did OG have 33 points on 10 of 15 shooting from the field, he also hit the shot that saved New York, because Jalen Brunson had a look at the gun, or it wouldn't have probably been at the gun, obviously, because the Spurs still had a final look at it with 1.2 seconds left. But Jalen Brunson, of course, had a look at the final shot. He missed it, bricked it off the front rim, and OG1 Kenobi comes flying in out of nowhere, crashing the glass, and tips in the shot that saved New York. Because if the Spurs rebound that miss and get fouled and win the game, the city is absolute toast tonight. You would have needed Snake Plissken to get you out of New York City in one piece after this game if the Spurs won it. So thank goodness for OG1 Kenobi saving the entire city of Gotham tonight with that tip-in, and saving the New York Knicks, and saving Josh Hart. I think Josh Hart, who is the ultimate glue guy, the ultimate intangible guy, he had 2 horrendous moments that would have literally haunted him for the rest of his existence. Quite frankly, I would have had to quit the NBA if I were Josh Hart if they lost this game. I would have had to quit the NBA immediately, retire instantly, and then move to some remote tropical island and live in a cave and just drink coconut milk and hunt off the land for the rest of my days until I died as a hermit on that isolated tropical island, because he blew an easy layup. He picked, I think it was De'Aaron Fox, turned it over with like a minute and a half-ish to go. And Hart shot the passing lane. He shot the gap perfectly, got the turnover, and was all alone down the middle of the floor for an easy layup. Stephon Castle was on his hip, but still a step behind. And Hart I think he jumped a little too soon. He misjudged his distance to the basket, and he blew an all-time. We're talking like Bill Buckner shot, like baseball trickling through his legs for the Boston Red Sox type gag job by Hart. And then he compounded the mistake later on, like a minute later, when the Spurs had a go-ahead shot and they missed it. And Hart was supposed to be defending Stephon Castle. He was supposed to have a body on Stephon Castle and block him out on the rebound. He didn't. He just stood there and wedged in Wembanyama and allowed Stephon Castle to shoot right to the basket uncontested. Castle got the rebound, got fouled ultimately, got 2 free throws, and made them both. So Josh Hart, so thank God, OG Anunoby, OG1 Kenobi. Thank you. As you know, look, as Princess Leia says to as Princess Leia said to Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, in that little hologram message, help me, Obi-Wan, you're our last hope. Well, OG1 Kenobi was the last hope for the New York Knicks, the last hope to win their first championship in 53 years, the last hope to save the city of New York tonight, the last hope to save Josh Hart from an immediate retirement and life as a hermit on some remote tropical island somewhere in a cave. And OG1 Kenobi did not disappoint. He did not let down. He made that insane slashing tip back rebound for the buzzer. Not quite buzzer, but with 1.2 seconds left. The Spurs did have a timeout and an advancement. They got it to Stephon Castle, who did not catch it cleanly. And ultimately, he did not get a look, really, before the buzzer hit and the game expired. And the New York Knicks, when all is said and all is done, the smoke clears, the dust is settled, 107-106, a thriller yet again for a fourth consecutive game, and just an unbelievable, unfathomable finish. Like a finish for the ages that will live in, I would say, infamy for San Antonio and live in legend for the New York Knicks. This game, this comeback, this win for the New York Knicks will be talked about for the next century. Now, while the San Antonio Spurs, look, they are very young. They will be back here, you would figure, many, many, many times over the next decade or so. And you better hope they are, because this is the kind of loss which haunts you for a century. This is the kind of loss, the kind of choke job that just lingers in the back of your mouth like some disgusting taste in your mouth that you can't get rid of, no matter how much you brush your teeth or how much water you rinse throughout your mouth. This game will always be wedged in the back of the San Antonio Spurs minds. I think the fans, the players, this just an all-timer on both ends of the court. Again, biggest comeback ever, biggest choke job ever. The answer is yes. And the Spurs are young. They are inexperienced. And this is why I don't want to fight with Gary tonight, because he has been beating the shit out of that drum for the entire playoff run, how young and inexperienced they are. But ultimately, I don't give a damn how young you are, how inexperienced you are. I don't care if they have never been in an NBA playoff game ever in their lives, and they just step on the floor and they go up 29 points, and then they're up 20 points in the fourth quarter. Does not matter. Age, inexperience, nothing matters when you're within a game and you're up 20 in the fourth quarter. A 20-point lead in the fourth quarter. Maybe, look, if you say 29 and they got it down to 13 or 14 at the end of halftime, and then it was like 7 or 8 at the end of 3, okay. Then I could see the 29-point lead evaporating. You were up 29 in the first. It was still 20 in the fourth. Absolutely inexcusable. No excuses. No nothing. I don't want to hear a single damn thing about age, inexperience, whatever. Nothing but epic choke job. Epic failure. And like Victor Wembanyama will have time. He'll have opportunities to make up for this and to come back from this and to be better than this. But he better be, because he's going to wear the lion's share of this, because 9 of 25 from the field for 24 points, 25 shot attempts for 24 points. Not good enough for the alleged superstar, face of the NBA, presumptive MVP winner next season. Simply not good enough. And I will say one thing to Gary's credit, for sure, and he's not wrong at all about this. He was complaining all game, basically, not just in the second half, all game, about the amount of three-point shots that the San Antonio Spurs were taking tonight. And he's absolutely right about that. 43 three-pointers. You were up by 30. Why are you shooting all of these threes? There was one possession in particular that if I was Gary, I probably would have ripped my TV off the wall and spiked it on the ground. They were up like 12, 15, something like that. De'Aaron Fox took a three, missed it. They got the offensive rebound. It went out to Victor Wembanyama. He took a three, missed it. They got the offensive rebound. It went back out to Wembanyama, and he took another three. 3 consecutive threes. They're up like 15 points in the game, and you've got your 7'7" center just lurking around the three-point line and gunning 2 threes on one freaking possession after they already missed one to start the possession. 3 straight missed threes. 43 three-point shots is ridiculous in a game, and I get it. Look, they started the game 11 of 16 from 3. So I get it. You're seduced a little bit by the 3. Like, you feel like every shot is going to go in. But once you're up 30, feel free to, execute your offense, work it underneath, get good looks around the basket, use some clock. Maybe it really was a stunning collapse by the San Antonio Spurs. I honestly, I'm at a loss. I'm going to be trying to unpack this probably for the next 48 hours. Actually, I don't think game 5 is till Saturday, so I'll have a lot of time to unpack this. But unbelievable. Yes, 17 of 43, though, by the way, from the three for the San Antonio Spurs. They started again. It was 11 of 16. So they were 11 of 16. Guys, you do the math. If they made 11 of their first 16, Gary, can you help me out with what they shot after they were 11 of 16? That would be what? They made 6 of their next, 30? I think roughly 6 of 30 after they started 11 of 16. Insane that they were jacking all those up. So, Gary, you were right about that. I don't even know what to say here. I am shocked, stupefied, amazed. I really thought that the Knicks were just going to throw their 2-0 series lead away, and that was a wrap when they were up 30. And then I still wasn't taking it seriously. I told you guys I was going to be watching this game with the volume on for a change, but because I can't stand the broadcasters, but I wanted to really dig into the calls and try to gauge in live time like how the calls were leaning tonight. So I told you I would, but there was no need for me to put the volume on because the game was an absolute massacre. So I was like loosely even paying attention to it until basically what I was telling Gary when we were texting. And he would credit to Gary. Gary was concerned from like when they were up 29, Gary was already concerned and thought they were going to lose this game. And I was like, Gary, it's not even single digit. He's like sweating it out. It's like 19, 17. I'm like, Gary, it's not even single digits yet. Because to me, as being a Nuggets fan who they shit away bigger leads than anybody out there. So I don't get nervous when a team's like has a big lead and they're choking it away until it gets under 10. So I was like, I don't even think the Spurs are going to they're not even going to let this get under 10. But whenever they got it to 9 that first time with I think there was still 6 minutes left or something like that when it went under 9. So at that point, I was like, okay, now it's butthole puckering time if you're a Spurs fan. And I'll tell you, what a back and forth affair down the stretch. Like I said, Brunson, I've been talking a lot of junk on Brunson throughout the course of this series. I guess I got to give him some credit, obviously, because he made some massively clutch shots down the stretch. But I think, look, the Knicks were at their best, really, when he pulled off the throttle in the third quarter. He was blowing up in the second quarter, and they were still getting absolutely crapped on. And then when he started pulling off and other people started getting involved, that's when the Knicks started to mount their comeback. And then Brunson was then available at the end of the game to make those clutch shots. Ride the rest of your team. I think Brunson is too obsessed right now with trying to make a statement or win Finals MVP or something. Just let the rest of your team cook, which is why you're here. That was my major point, that OG Anunoby and Karl Anthony Towns have really been the best 2 players in this whole playoff run, this whole postseason. They've been the best 2 players, and they're still the best 2 players right now, in my estimation. But Jalen Brunson, yes, is going to make the clutch shots if his team gets him there to be able to make them. So Brunson, big down the stretch. None of it matters if it wasn't for OG Anunoby, who Brunson had 36 on 25 shots. Anunoby had 33 on 15 shots. So there you have it. The Knicks got very little off the bench, 12 total points off the bench. Dylan Harper, to me, was the best player on the floor for the San Antonio Spurs. It wasn't particularly close. 21 points for him in 32 minutes, a team best plus 12. He had a team best plus 12, and it was actually his plus 12 was better than every player on the court tonight on either team other than Karl Anthony Towns, who is a plus 17. So that Dylan Harper has been an absolute stud in this entire postseason, and he's been terrific by and large in this NBA Finals round. I have no idea why in God's green earth they aren't starting Dylan Harper. at this point and why he isn't playing 40 minutes a game. He's the best player on the floor some of these games, like even better than Wembanyama. So, guys, welcome in. We've got around, 1,900 people now here joining us. Skap Live After Dark, 25 minutes into the show. I haven't even looked at the comments yet. I've just been doing, oh my God, 36 super chats already in 25 minutes. Got 37 now. Guys, thank you very much for your kind generosity and support. Again, if you are just joining us here for the first time, or if you're back for more, again, please jam that like button. And if you are new, subscribe, notifications on, please. And thank you while I'm asking for things. It might be a late night here. It's 12:13 a.m. in the East Coast of the good old US of A, where the New York Knicks are partying in the streets right now. Yes, I'm on the same time zone as they are. And I'm sure the streets of Gotham are going absolutely wild. It's probably chaotic, but hopefully in a good and fun way, as opposed to what we saw following Game 3 and everything that transpired there, which I mentioned earlier. But yeah, we're matriculating towards that 30-minute mark here of the show, which is typically the time that I usually start getting in to these questions and comments and start seeing what you guys have to say about it, going in that direction, whatever direction it is that you guys want to go in. But I've cooled down. I chastised Gary before we came in. Gary, I have taken off the moratorium. You can say whatever you want to say. I will not interrupt a single word that you say. Take as long as you want. Give us a reaction. Is it the age? Is it the inexperience? You can say whatever you want. I won't give you any pushback, no criticism. Go ahead, sir. As a lifelong Spurs fan, as a guy who was calling it that they were going to lose this game since the second quarter, what do you have to say to the chat right now?
Well, I just want to clarify that I wasn't screaming. You said we were screaming at each other before. I wasn't screaming. I was deflated. And when I'm deflated, I get quiet. Like you kind of get punched in the stomach and you just kind of sit there and you're just stunned, which is how I feel. This definitely tops the 2013 Game 6 Ray Allen shot. This is far worse than that. I definitely would not argue with you. The inexperience does not matter. You don't give up a 29-point lead. I'm in agreement with that. This is absolutely a choke job. In fact, I was harsher on them Game 2 and said that was a choke job when Wemby passed into Castle's back. Some people were like, well, it was Castle and Wemby's fault. No, it's not Castle's fault at all, because Castle initially locked eyes with Wemby, called for the ball. Wemby held it. Then Castle turned eyes down court and started racing down court as he should. And Wemby delays the pass and hits him in the back. That was 100% on Wemby. Tonight, partially on Wemby for missing 2 clutch free throws.
True. I didn't even mention that. Good point. Yeah.
Yes. Partial choke on his part. But the worst offender was De'Aaron Fox. Why did you not dribble the clock out? The shot clock was turned off at that point. You could have been fouled, going to the line, hopefully put them up 2 or 3, maybe won the game. But I really put it on Mitch Johnson, because why are you letting them continue threes? To your point, I did basic math. I don't know if this is exact, but I'll give you an estimation. 11 to 16, like you said. Mm-hmm. Afterwards, 6 of 27. So started out shooting 67% from 3-point, and then around approximately 22%. How does Mitch not stop the bleeding? This is all you have to do. I am not awful coaching. I'm not claiming to understand the X's and O's. But what I do understand is this. You have a 29-point lead. All you have to do, run a little clock, pass the ball, and just attack the basket and draw fouls. You are up by 10 possessions. My biggest complaint of the Spurs team, and on my last live stream, I showed a game where the Spurs were up on the Brooklyn Nets by 26 points in the third quarter. The Nets came back and took a 1-point lead in the fourth. This is why I ultimately have been saying all year, I don't believe the Spurs are quite ready. I think they need to get some more experience. But that's not an excuse for tonight. They've got enough experience to close this game. They've got enough experience. The Aaron Fox knows to dribble that ball, try to dribble time off the clock. There's no excuse for this. I didn't think the Spurs are going to be this far anyways. But once, obviously, they had a big lead, I was like, okay, just play smart, and the series is tied. And then they kept lobbing up all these terrible threes, and I'm like, this is not the recipe for how you're going to close this game out. And it just got worse and worse and worse. And what's so frustrating is when a team can't stop the bleeding. Because we should have won this game. I'm still not guaranteeing that we would have won the series. Even though Wemby did choke at the end of game 2, they severely outplayed us for 40 minutes. We only looked good the last 8 minutes of game 2. So, and I would even say that the Knicks would have, if Wemby hits that game-winning shot and we steal game 2, I say Knicks got robbed because of those bogus ticky-tack fouls on Cat in the third quarter.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan, but I'm also objective and honest. So I can call out my team when they need it. So yes, overall, going into the playoffs, I didn't think the Spurs had any chance of beating OKC. But once they did that and just seeing them adjust in every series, I said, I think we're going to find a way to beat the Knicks, even though the Knicks played better as a unit. I said, I just feel we're going to find a way to win. And tonight, I was very confident that we would have got the series as long as we play smart. Once I started seeing those threes go up, that's when I got concerned. Even when they were still up by 22-23, because I was thinking we should be going up by 30, 32, 34, 35. We should keep pushing this. And when we weren't, and we're allowing them to creep back in, I knew it wasn't good. I never thought they would actually lose a 29-point lead, though. I thought that the Knicks would have pushed it to like single digits in the fourth quarter, and that they would take that momentum into game 5 for an electric 2-2 series. That's what I was afraid of, was the Knicks getting momentum going into game 5. I do feel the Spurs will get game 5 in San Antonio.
I think
but
so.
I don't know how in the world the Spurs can win game 6 at the Garden, though. I just don't see that. But no, I'm not a poor sport. I emailed my friend who's a huge Knicks fan after. Good game, good comeback. I'm not a poor sport. I really am. When I go on my rants, I'm ranting about things that frustrate me. It doesn't even have to be the Spurs. I really just rant about guys not giving good effort.
Yeah.
But Wemby has got to, this is his 3rd year. Kobe was in his 4th year when he won, but still, you see how poised he was in that Indiana game. He made clutch shots. Wemby should be doing that as well. So,
at least very attacking the rim.
Yes.
Like you said, in these kind of games, there's usually like a moment where you just need a basket, essentially, if you're up huge. And that is the last, the thing that stops the momentum, ends the run. Victor Wembanyama needed to get them that basket sometime in this game, and instead he's just jacking threes up. I honestly, I defend Wemby on the 3-point shots, but tonight with that lead on this stage, kind of inexcusable. They were up 27 at halftime in this game. They scored 76 points in the first half and 30 in the second. How the hell does that happen? Yes, the Knicks played better defense in the second half, but that ain't all about defense. You don't go from 76 in the first half to 30 after that. Gary, it's 14 points in the third and 16 in the fourth. They got outscored 26-14 and 32-16 in the fourth.
Inexcusable.
Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be unpacking this one. Now, Gary, the only good thing I will say about if it's the Spurs that do this is because, again, they are ridiculously young. They will be back so they'll have an opportunity to erase this for them. If it had the Knicks whoever lost that game, essentially, it was going to be an absolute crusher. Like if the Knicks, after coming all the way back, like if that Brunson shot caromed off or didn't go, and like you had the Hart missed layup, the Hart foul, like missing the block out on Stephon Castle to let him get in and get those maybe game-winning free throws. Like then if the Brunson shot doesn't go in and you don't get the rebound and the game ends like that, after you come all the way back and you had that opportunity to go and take the lead on that Hart shot, and then you lose the game and it's 2-2, that would have been just an absolutely crushing, back-breaking loss, I thought, for the Knicks. So either way, that was going to be absolutely crazy. But I'm with you, Gary. Ultimately, if we are talking about inexperience of someone, it would be Mitch Johnson. Like he's got to get timeouts. He's got to end that, like quash that momentum at some point. Like, I mean, you just know, like I watched Phil Jackson coach for whatever, 3 years in the last 3 Jordan Bulls runs. Then for like 10 years with Kobe. Like I essentially knew every time that dude was going to take a timeout. Like I could predict any time that like it felt like the momentum was shifting or what. Like I knew exactly when Phil Jackson was taking a timeout and had to break that kind of a momentum surge from the other team. Like those timeouts just weren't happening with Mitch Johnson. And if you're not going to take them, it's because you have implicit trust in the players on the floor and your main guy to be able to get you a basket. And Wembanyama just wasn't doing it tonight. So I don't know. I don't know. The whole thing, Gary, absolutely stunning, shocking, really shocking. So I'm with you. I think, look, the Spurs are going to be so utterly deflated, but I still think they get 3, whatever. It's Wednesday, so they get Thursday, Friday, 2 full days off before the game on Saturday. I still think that they regroup and come out and win that game on Saturday to push to a 3-2 lead, which would be then what, Tuesday or something like that would be game 6 in New York. So I still think we get back to a game 6, and I still think the Spurs win that game 5, but I don't know. If ever you can make a case for a hangover that lasts like nearly 3 days, it could be this one for the San Antonio Spurs. Like just seeing the daunting nature of it. Obviously, you just attack it one game at a time. Like you just have to try to say, hey, we got to win one home game. That's it. And then you just try. You were just up 30 in this game. So you go back and say, let's just duplicate what we did in the first, 2.5 quarters of this game and then not throw it all away in game 6. And then you've got a game 7 at home. Obviously, that's the way. They're not going to look ahead, of course, like that, but you just got to take it one game at a time. However, it's just human nature to be like, we had that was our game. It should have been a best of 3 the rest of the way, first to 2. And now we got to win 3 consecutive games against this team that's lost 1 in like 50 days now, 1 game. So like, it's going to be difficult for them to overcome, even though they do have extra days off and they are going home. And again, I think the Spurs are going to win, but who knows? I don't know, Gary. I just don't know. The New York freaking Knicks, unbelievable. I thought going into the postseason, they were maybe the 5th or 6th best team in the playoffs. So it's not even about like, oh, maybe they just weren't fully healthy or playing together fully during the regular season. I mean, I don't think these guys even missed that much time this year collectively. I want to check it out here real quick. Excuse me one moment. The New York Knicks this season, 53-29. Okay. 3rd seed in the East. They were tied with the Lakers for the 6th best record in the NBA. Their SRS 6.05 SRS measures essentially net differential, and it factors in the strength of your opponent. Their relative SRS this year was 5th best in the NBA. So right about where I thought. They were about the 5th best team going into the NBA playoffs. And like these guys didn't miss that. Like Jalen Brunson played 74 games this year. It's not like he missed 30 games or Karl Anthony Towns missed 30 games and you didn't quite know like what you had in this team. Brunson played 74. Cat played 75. Mikal Bridges played all 82. Okay, OG Anunoby played 67, but still, okay, so 15 games he missed. Like Hart played 66. Like most of their key players, like they played most of the season. So it's not like, oh, well, they were just really injured. They just had to get all of their players on the court for the playoffs, and then they started clicking on all cylinders and coming together. No, that's not what happened here. Like this was just the 5th best team in the NBA all year, and now all of a sudden they're on like the best run in NBA history, in NBA playoff history. Maybe not the best, but a top 2 or 3 run. Okay, my goodness. We're 40 minutes in now. I've been rambling for 40 minutes. Unbelievable. And we have 44. Wait, let me just quick jump in on this most recent one because I've got 44 of these super chat things already. 44 in 40 minutes. However, Drip Show, I saw Drip Show Shop just dropped me a super chat here and is inquiring about the canvases, plural, 2, that they sent me. Yes, Drip Show. The canvases did come. They're in this massive box. I will just pull it out real quick here, Gary. Yeah, excuse me, guys. Let me just show off one of these beautiful canvases the Drip Show sent me. I've got a second one in this box here, but yeah, this will be going up somewhere on my back wall at some point. Let me just go ahead and navigate this. Beautiful work, Drip Show. Beautiful work. Shout out to you, Drip Show. Guys, go check out Drip Show, please, and check out some of these beautiful canvases like the one that they just sent me, the 2 actually that they just sent me. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of artistry in this thing. It will be one of them, at least, will be making it up on my wall, Drip Show. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that I saw that super chat pop right up. Guys, without any further ado, though, I think we better get to your guys' comments, questions, etc. Because, well, damn it, I'm going to be on here till like 5 a.m. with Gary more than likely at this rate right now. And I do have quick plug here. I am working on 2 different videos right now, both of them very good, I think. In case you guys missed it, I did until today. LeBron James was named Time Magazine's Athlete of the Century, which, first of all, the century is only a quarter of the way over. So I simply had to do a video on LeBron James being named Time Magazine's Athlete of the Century. What a joke. So that video will hopefully be coming out tomorrow. I've written it, voiced it. I do still have to edit it. And it is 12:30 a.m. and I'm probably going to be here till like 5 a.m. Maybe I just won't go to sleep because I've been texting with Mr. Jason Whitlock as well tonight. He's been peppering me with text messages in our ongoing Jalen Brunson feud. And I'm sure I will be on that show as well tomorrow. So maybe I'll just stay up all night, edit that Time Magazine LeBron piece, jump on Whitlock, and then go to bed thereafter, I suppose, because I'm going to be on with you guys probably indefinitely working through what's going to be a massive night here in the questions and comments section. First off is Karthik Shankar 1. Thank you, Karthik. Welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show, a regular. I'm sure most of the people we'll see here are going to be regulars. So thank you very much. I appreciate all of your guys' ongoing support here, of course, and generosity in the Skap Live After Dark show. Karthik says, is this the greatest choke job ever? Unbelievable. The answer is yes. I feel like yes. I guess I can't. I don't know. I mean, I would still, Gary mentioned the Ray Allen corner shot. It's hard not to say that one is worse because they were going to win a championship. Like they were up 5. They were up 3-2 in the series. They were up 5. All they had to do was they gave up like 2 offensive rebounds. They missed 2 free throws. They give that shot up to Ray Allen in the corner. Like all they had to do was not do any one of the like 6 things they did in the last 26 seconds, and they would have won a championship. And LeBron would only have 3 right now. So it's hard not to say that was worse because Gary's right. Like ultimately, this is still only 2-2. They still have to beat the Knicks 2 more times. But I mean, chances to me are high that they will. Now, I don't think they can win the series now at this point. So it is a massive choke job. But but it's impossible to know if it would have led directly to a championship. We've got in from Fernali next. De'Aaron Fox is us. I mean, yes. Yes. There's a lot of things that are true tonight. Yes. De'Aaron Fox, look, he made some plays down the stretch. He had 18 points, 6 of 16, +1, not egregious. Look, if it's me, I'm benching De'Aaron Fox and starting Dylan Harper the rest of the way. Like, that's what they should have done after game 2, quite frankly, is bench De'Aaron Fox and start Dylan Harper. So I don't know, or anybody. Honestly, I would probably keep Vassell on the floor. So either Champagnie or Fox, and then play Harper like literally like Gary's right. Gary's been saying Harper's 20 years old. Like, he could play play him like 45 freaking minutes. What are we talking about here? Dude's 20 years old. They've got 3-4 games left. What are you saving him for? I don't understand. Like, I would have had him on the floor all night tonight. The guy, he's just doing so many things right. Again, plus the best plus minus on the floor tonight on either team other than Karl Anthony Towns +17. Like, he's just a plus. He's a plus positive. I think I saw going into tonight's game, he was like, I think the Spurs were like +17 or +18 per 100 possessions, where he and Wembanyama are on the floor at the same time. So, like, not only should he be getting more minutes, like, he's coming off the bench and he's playing staggered minutes with Wembanyama. Like, play them together primarily. I just don't understand what they're doing with the substitutions and with Dylan Harper. Like, he's proven his mettle. Like, he should be getting the lion's share of these minutes now at this point. Big Meech, 35-33 is in next. I got nothing. Go Knicks. On a real note, thank you for the content. Well, thank you, Big Meech. Thank you, and thank all of you guys, the still like 1,600 peeps that have eyes on in this live stream and on the live chat here. You guys are firing off messages left and right. I can't thank you enough for your engagement and interaction and participation here. Thank you guys so very much. Next in, George Costanza, the Human Fun CEO. I wonder if Georgie was at the game tonight. I know that Larry David was the showrunner of Seinfeld and the creative presence behind it, one of the main writers, as was Jerry himself. Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David, they were not seated next to each other, the best that I could see, but they were doing a series of cutaways to both Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld, which is so cool to see. These celebrities worth, like, Jerry Seinfeld is worth $1 billion, and probably Larry David is too. Like, literally, that's not hyperbolic. Jerry Seinfeld's net worth is like $1 billion. And to see this dude who's in his freaking whatever, mid to late 60s, who's worth $1 billion, jumping around, going crazy like he's some kid, it's so much fun to see. I saw a similar thing when I was at Kobe Bryant's last game ever, when he scored 60 and had like 15 straight points in the fourth quarter, whatever. Like, celebrities like that you wouldn't believe, like Jack Nicholson, who's been through everything. Like, I'm trying to think some of the guys that come to mind that were just absolutely losing their mind. Jay-Z was like in disbelief. Like, Jay-Z felt like he fainted in his seat during the Kobe run. Like, to see these uber successful, insanely rich dudes, like, this is why sports is so freaking awesome. This is why, like, when I see people or encounter people in my life, in my daily life, in my friendships that don't like sports, or like, oh, I don't really get sports very much, it blows my mind, because look at what sports does. Even to the most successful, the most wealthy people on the face of the planet, like, they're still reduced to this, to acting like this, to being this emotionally invested into it and being this overcome with emotions when something like this happens. Obviously, these guys are native New Yorkers, born and raised, huge sports fans their whole lives. And they're going to see something maybe that they haven't seen since they were little kids. So they're celebrating accordingly, obviously, as they're on the cusp of it. But crazy night. And I wonder if the Human Fun CEO, George Costanza, was in the building along with Jerry And Larry David, sorry, Gary, sorry, Spurs fans, that was bad, is all Costanza has to offer at this point. And then, oh boy, here we go. Cuse Mode Jimbo, who is an OG of the show, who is a long-suffering New York Knicks fan, obviously. All he's got for us tonight is, I have no words, LMAO, go New York, go New York, go. And here they are, on the cusp of history, on the cusp of breaking the curse. In their first appearance since 99, 27 years, trying to win their first chip in 53 years since 73. I'm sorry, I jumped Karthik Shankar 1 again. OG might be my new favorite player in the NBA. OG freaking Anunoby, a.k.a. OG1 Kenobi, as my wife would have you know his name is pronounced. My wife, who, by the way, just brought me this. I don't know what she brought me. Some kind of, I don't know, coffee or tea or something, but it's a nice, warm, smoldering cup of something in this gigantic J cup. So shout out to my lovely wife who brought me that. I'm obviously going to need whatever's in this mug, as it's going to be a very late night tonight, I'm certain. But yes, OG Anunoby is a baller. And the thing that started my battle with Jason Whitlock actually was that he was just, before game one, going crazy about Jalen Brunson versus Victor Wembanyama. It ain't Wemby versus Brunson. It's the Knicks versus Wemby, in my opinion. And quite frankly, Wemby hasn't been altogether good at all in this series, and they're still in every game. So maybe we need to put some damn respect on the San Antonio Spurs supporting cast names as well. But still, Jalen Brunson has yet to shoot over 50% from the field in any single game. He's likely still probably... let me see what he was entering the he might be trickled over 40% now. After tonight's, I believe he was 12 of 25 tonight. But still, nonetheless, he entered the game shooting 37%. So maybe not even over 40% yet. He shot 81 times coming into the game. So, that's whatever, 106 attempts now to score like roughly 115 points. So straight volume. He entered the night with 13 assists and 13 turnovers. Tonight he had 7 assists and only 3 turnovers. So a good game. 36 points, 12 of 25. 7 assists, 5 rebounds. Still, though, to me, OG Anunoby and Karl Anthony Towns were the best 2 players on the floor, in my estimation, for the Knicks. So Brunson, of course, made massive shots down the stretch. Brunson likely will be the finals MVP, but he, to me, is the 3rd best player on the team, because OG Anunoby, and even if I look at the advance, like looking at the game score in this series so far, OG Anunoby entered the game with an 18 game score, Karl Anthony Towns 16, Jalen Brunson 13. So OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns leading the NBA in a series of advanced metrics, all playoff long, and they're better. They have better game scores than Brunson in this series right now. So to me, those two, that is what I said when Whitlock was trying to dub this Jalen Brunson versus Victor Wembanyama. I was saying, but Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby are their best 2 players in the playoffs right now. And he just clowned me mercilessly and ridiculed me for that take. And I stand by it still. And I'll be standing by it tomorrow on Fearless, probably around 11:15 a.m. on the East, in the Eastern bracket. They're in Central time or something. They're like an hour before. Fernali is in next. I don't think I jumped anything else. Gary, I'm going to turn this latest one over from Fernali to you. Thank you, Fernali, again, for another generous donation. I appreciate you. Gary, what is the question or comment this time from Fernali?
Also, did you see Bron's quote about him being the GOAT and drafting himself first in the New York Times, and said Knicks' advantage caused nothing to do in San Antonio, yet he lost to them twice in the finals?
I did see, yeah, he had some insufferable quotes, obviously. Nothing new. I mean, yes, he said he was the GOAT. He said he's not picking, I think he said, I'm not picking nobody above me. Because, of course, LeBron is an idiot and he doesn't even know how to speak proper English. And grammatically, he's always a disaster. So there is some kind of double negative or some foolishness in that quote. Like, if you're going to go in for a quote in the New York Times who does a piece on you being the athlete of the century, can't you at least do like a cursory, I don't know, if you don't know how to speak and use proper grammar, can't you ask one of these chat GPT or AI things, or maybe someone in your inner circle to give you a check? I don't know exactly what the full, but it was like, it either said I ain't taking nobody over me, or I'm not taking no one over me, some improper sentence. And then, yes, he doubled down, which he then went on to say, by the way, that all of the guys, that he's sure Jordan would say that he was the GOAT. He's sure Kobe would have said that he was the GOAT. Like, he thinks that all of the great players would say that they are the greatest player ever, which is probably true, but they don't continually say it over and over again like him. And then he did double down on it, saying that if all players all time were lined up or whatever, he would think that the GMs would have a hard time not taking him. I certainly wouldn't take him, because his bum ass would be gallivanting to some other city within like 4 or 5 years. So what good is taking him to? It gets you 4 or 5 seasons and that's it. You got to hope that maybe he comes back later sometime down the road and steals you one championship. Cleveland, this is for you. But other than that, yeah, I don't think I would be taking LeBron with the number 1 overall pick in the draft if it was my pick, if I was on the clock. Next, George Costanza is back in again. Everyone, what's the song tied to Carl Farbman's sales rep?
That's easy. Oh, I know that.
Go ahead, Gary. I'll turn it over to you.
Desperado. Remember the guy?
Oh yeah, the guy who's in the coma, and then the doctor hears, the doc. Wait, is it Witchy Woman?
That's at the end. No, that's Witchy Woman at the end. No, remember how Desperado was I think his name's Brett, the boyfriend of Elaine.
Right.
And then he's always coming around.
He goes into like a trance whenever he hears it.
Yeah. Desperado. Yeah.
But then what's the doctor? Because then the doctor is like,
that's on the closing credits.
Yeah. Is it Witchy Woman or something like that? I feel like.
Yeah, because Elaine says Witchy Woman should be our song instead of Desperado.
Right.
Or she says, can it be our song? It's like, no, it's mine. And then she plays Witchy Woman the next day and says, well, I'm thinking this one could be our song. And he's like, no, I've got one. It's Desperado.
Yeah, and I'm not, maybe it is Desperado that's playing at the end. Either way, they're like, doctor, we're losing him. And he's just like going into a trance and like it gets, Yeah, good question, George. And Gary, I didn't know you were a Seinfeld guy.
Yeah, it's my favorite show.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad we could both enjoy these trivia drops by
That's
George.
One of my favorite episodes, the checks. Because remember, his checks got drenched. And he's like, and Jerry goes, oh no, all this hard work. And the guy looks at him, oh, I'm sure I can get you. What do you need? And he looks at the checks, 5 cents. But he doesn't understand it's the large quantity of 5-cent checks for his royalty or whatever. He just really had this misconception that Jerry was really poor throughout the episode. And remember, he was walking in the rain and he stops by to give Jerry a ride. And he says, why don't you have an umbrella?
No, yeah.
And Jerry goes, I can't afford it, because the guy hijacked the price. It was just very well written.
As it always is. And they were both in the Garden tonight. LD and Jerry Seinfeld both going absolutely ballistic. J Moss is in next. What is possessing the Spurs to forget how to play basketball? This was probably the worst meltdown I've seen. Crazy game in any event. Undeniably an insane, epic, all-time collapse. I honestly, I mean, Gary and I were texting a lot during the game, and he was like, if this was Jamal Murray, I was like, yeah, well, and I was like, yeah, probably, but the Nuggets stink on defense, whereas the Spurs still only gave up 107 points. Like, they still played relatively well defensively. Like, I mean, they held the Knicks shot. Well, the Knicks ultimately got to 46%, but still only 107, like a fine defensive performance. And you would think, Gary, at halftime with 76 points on the board for the Spurs, you would think if I texted you at halftime and said, Gary, the Spurs have 76 right now. What if I were to tell you the Knicks would score only 107 for the entire game? You probably would have been like, okay, 2-2. Like an unbelievable, like cataclysmic meltdown. I don't know. I just can't.
I can offer a little context. I've watched pretty much, I'd say probably between 65 to 70 of the Spurs regular season games, like all the way through at least half of it. And what I've noticed a trend, and this is why I was not confident of them winning it this year, was because they very rarely can play well for 4 quarters. They will play one half really well and then another half have a total lapse. As I pointed out earlier, 26-point lead against the Brooklyn Nets in the third quarter. Nets came all the way back to take a lead in the fourth. They've been doing this all year. It's just that most people, what they do is they look at the scores. They don't watch the games. I've been closely watching the games. They have far too many lapses and scoring droughts, I felt, to be able to beat OKC, but then they did it. They found a way to beat OKC. Tonight reared its ugly head what they've been doing all year, which is just inconsistent play. One dominant, even the last game. Remember how they built a lead in the first quarter? And then the Knicks beat them by 18 in the second quarter, but then the Spurs played a strong second half. So a lot of times they will play 3 strong quarters, but have 1 weak quarter.
True.
Today it was 1 weak half, and it caught up with them. And you can't do that if you want to win a championship. Also, notice that tonight how OG got that go-ahead point at the end. How much better would it have been for us if we had a power forward to help possibly box him out? We still need our power forward. That's still no excuse for a 29-point meltdown tonight. I'm just pointing out the lapses and the holes we still have in this roster and everything. So that's why I'm not totally shocked, but at the same time, 29-point lead, man. All you got to do is wind down the clock and attack the back. When you've got Victor Wembanyama, it's not like he was fouled out. I could see this happening if we went to a small rotation and Wembanyama was fouled out or something. Then we didn't attack. We should have attacked. That's all you had to do. You could have put the bench in, and they could have just attacked the basket and held that lead. So that's just the whole thing, Jameis. They've been inconsistent all year. Hopefully they clean that up in the future and avoid lapses like this. And I'm confident we will win championships.
Gary, I would be remiss if I don't give a shout out. I'm not looking, I can't really see the message, but I see I'm getting peppered by one of my high school friends. I go back all the way to high school with this guy, Jason, my friend Jason, that we just actually reconnected. We used to battle together on the Facebook circuit on about the Kobe Bryant, basically just the Kobe Bryant slander or where exactly he stands. He and I were always aligned on the Kobe front, but we hadn't talked in a while, and we've reconnected recently, exchanged numbers, and we've been talking over the last couple of days. I always say that if you're a betting man, and I am, well, he definitely is a betting man, Gary, because I found out that he was a professional poker player for like the last 20 years. Like that's his profession. Or it was his profession. I don't think he plays much now, but he still is an avid sports gambler, and he had a lot of juice on the Spurs tonight, Gary, plus 2.5. And during the run there, I've taken a lot of bad beats in my life, but if I had money if I had action, like a big amount of action on the Spurs when they were up 30 as the Knicks were coming back, I think Jason texted me, if the Spurs lose by 3, I'm going to jail tonight, I think is what he messaged me. Something would happen. There would be some kind of consequences if I lost. It would be like the bad beat of the century if the Knicks ended up winning this game by 3 points. So thank goodness for everybody that is a betting man or woman out there. that they did not at least blow that beat all the way together. Of course, though, if you took Spurs money line, you did. So that would hurt, obviously. John O'Racliffe, of course. John, good to see. John boy, welcome to the party. Glad to see you're not on like some 7-day consecutive streak of double shifts right now, and you could join us for this all-night live stream. I'm kidding. Hopefully it's not all night, but we are very behind on these comments right now. John, thank you for being here as always, my friend. I appreciate it. Oh wait, the Spanky 412 is what he's super chatted at. Gary, go ahead and read this one from John for me, and I'll search out the Spanky 412.
Just go fun umbrella card it yourself, Spurs. You're a complete and total embarrassment.
Yeah, below not good. I don't look, luckily they're young. Luckily they have a team built for the future. Luckily they're an unfinished product. Luckily they're all like 22 or less. And you've got to feel like they have tons of more opportunities coming down the pike. Because if, like, let's say the Knicks were the team that blew this 30-point lead or whatever to close, basically not close out, but take a 3-1 lead, like that would have been, I mean, I don't know how you overcome it as like a fan base, as I honestly, I just don't know. As players, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that just absolutely haunts you and eats away at you forever. And Gary, even though, like, look, Victor Wembanyama might go on to win 4, 5, 6 championships, this one will still eat at him forever, I think. Like the throwaway at the end of game 2 that basically cost them a game, them losing it, blowing a 29-point lead. I mean, Gary, they could easily be up 3-1, right? Easily. So, like, Tom Brady went to 10 Super Bowls. He's, to me, the greatest athlete in American team sports history. He won 7 of the 10 Super Bowls. The one that sticks with him the most is the game that they lost as the undefeated team that year. He said, yes, more than any win or anything I've ever accomplished in my career or my life, that game is the one that I think about the most. That game is the one that I'll never be able to forget. So I like, and that's how all these guys are wired. Like the failures stay and they mean more than the wins and the successes. So like, Wemby, regardless of what he does and how great he is the rest of the way and how much he wins, like this is still going to haunt him for a very, very, very long time. John O'Racliffe, thank you, though. I'm going to jump to the Spanky 412, aka my friend Jason, who I was just talking about, actually. Shout out to you, my friend. Welcome in. Still, this guy, his nickname was Spanky in high school, and it still is. Love to see it. Love to see it. Gary, what does the Spanky 412 have for us tonight?
There's really only one conclusion you can come to after watching this game. LeClown couldn't hold Kobe's job.
That's a great point. As I said, he and I have always been aligned on this. If my mom's watching, which if she's awake, I'm sure she is, my mom still to this day talks about, I was a big, Gary, as you know, I was a big Duke Blue Devils fan for most of my life because I love Mike Krzyzewski. I know you are a North Carolina fan, Tar Heels fan, so we do not see eye to eye on that. One of the worst losses that I've experienced in my life of all time probably was when that machine Duke Blue Devil team I think it was 99 with, what was it?
Shane Battier?
Yeah, I think it was Elton Brand, Corey Maggette, Trajan Langdon. They lost as an overwhelming. They were like 35-1, Gary, and they lost to UConn. Rip Hamilton.
Yep, I remember. I was so happy.
Jake Foskell, those rats. I hated that team so bad. Mom, if you're watching, this guy Spanky 412 is one of the guys that was calling the house. My mom still tells the story of having to remove, Gary, there were no cell phones back then, or at least I didn't have one. So my mom had to remove the house line from she had to pick it up off like the receiver or whatever.
Take it off the hook.
Yes, because I was being inundated by people calling and trying to, whatever, make fun of me about the Duke loss. And this guy was one of them, Mom, this Spanky 412. But we are eye to eye, and we always have been, on the late, great Black Mamba. And yes, You're damn right, Spanky. LeClown couldn't hold Kobe's jock. That much is glaringly apparent. And I like to talk Wemby's age 22 run that we're seeing right now, because to me, again, I said the other day, the best 22-year-old I've ever seen in my lifetime, the Kobe Bean Bryant, in that run, taking nothing away from Wemby. Although this is not a good end for him, obviously, the way this is going. All right, back up to massive dumper, I'm sorry, let me read this right. OG Anugodi and Big Purr. Gary, unfortunately, they came back tonight. They came back to life. Actually, Big Purr he was dead. Big Purr was on the table. He was flatlined. He was in the coffin. It was like the Undertaker, the wrestler that used to just spring back out of the coffin. That was Big Purr tonight. He went from Zesty Cat to Big Purr again in the fourth quarter, basically. Like he was like a -11 at the end of 3. They were getting waxed still, and then Cat came in and was just crazy good, and I thought in the fourth, and OG as well. Like what a crazy, insane comeback that was. Absolutely just ridiculous. Enchanted 2K797 is up next. What's up, Enchanted? Thank you very much for being here and joining us. Unfortunately, a Wemby super choke. The second he stepped up to the line, you could tell he just didn't have it. Awful coaching too. Yeah, that Gary, at what portion, how much time was left in the game when he missed both those free throws?
I'd say it's probably like 3 or 4 minutes. Something like that. If you want to talk a minute, I'll look that up.
Yeah, I honestly looked away for a quick second. And when he missed the first one, I was like, oh shit, he missed one of those. And then he missed the second one. Like Victor Wembanyama. Oh my God. Victor Wembanyama shot 83% from the free throw line this year. 83%. And in the playoffs, how's this? Gary, how's this one grab you? 86% from the free throw line in the playoffs for Wemby. That is Enchanted. You're right. That is a super choke. Unbelievable.
147 left to go, and the score had been 104-103. I think the Spurs were up 104-103. It doesn't say on here. But yeah, 147.
Well, I just got an alert from my dad who said that they just lost power, actually. So unfortunately, my mom had power to hear that story about Jason, a.k.a. the Spanky 412. The story about him calling the house when Duke lost in 1999. Hopefully she was on to hear me regale the chat with that story. If not, Mom, if you are back up now, I'll tell you the story tomorrow when I talk to you. Remind me to tell you about it. I probably will have about 1 hour of sleep, if that, by the time I talk to you later in the afternoon. So my mind might not be quite on track, so you'll have to remind me. But yes, Enchanted, I do agree with you. Awful coaching. And Wemby choke, not just those free throws with under 2 to go. But just the fact that, again, 9 of 25 for 24 points, and just all of the passivity from him in terms of not being more of an aggressor to try to stem the tide and halt that big run of momentum that the Knicks were going on basically the entire second half, it seemed like. Locomotion 965 joins us next. Why did Fox shoot it? Make them foul him. Meltdown. Yeah, that's what Gary was saying. Gary just said, dribble it out, essentially. It honestly, so many things. Again, when you blow a 29-point lead at one point in a game, but a 20-point, to me, a 29-point lead, yes. Blowing a 29-point lead in the first quarter would be crazy. But to me, it sounds worse saying you blew a 20-point lead in the fourth sounds worse than that you blew a 29-point lead in the first quarter. So like when you blow a 20-point lead in essentially the last 8 minutes of the game, like a lot has to go wrong. Like, okay, good. My dad said that the story was back on and she did hear the story. Perfect. So you have to do a lot of things wrong in order to blow that kind of a lead with that amount of time left. And Gary, I say it all the time, like in the NBA, like there's just certain lengths of games or lengths of leads in games that you should never blow. I used to, speaking of my mom, I used to have this saying back in the day, back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, where like basically 15 is what I always wanted at the end of 3. 15. Like just get me a 15-point lead and it's a wrap. But now today, these leads, they freaking evaporate quickly, man. These leads today. I don't know if it's less defense, quicker pacing, more threes, maybe a combination of all the things. But like back in the day, like that 13-point lead that the Lakers overcame in that game 7, that was the largest deficit ever overcome at the end of 3 quarters for a game 7 for like mostly all of NBA history. You know, I don't know if it still is today. I'll have to check it out. But like, that was a huge freaking comeback, a 13-point deficit at the end of 3. Now it's like teams are up 20 mid-fourth quarter and losing these games somehow. So it is a wild, wild west. It's a brave new world, whatever you want to say about today's NBA. Ages official is in next. OG1 Kenobi. The force is strong with this baller. Love from Sydney, Skap, and Gary. Ages official. Salute to you, my friend, in Sydney. I always say it. I love that the Skap Live After Dark has an international appeal, and we have people coming from all corners of the globe, not just for these shows, but for my videos as well. I think 60% of my audience hails from the United States of America. 60%, which, yes, is the majority, but still 40% coming from all around the world. So shout out to you, Ages Official. Thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I can't even imagine. What are they, Gary? About 12, 14 hours difference from us right now. Who knows exactly what time it is, but thank you for joining us. And yes, the force is strong with OG Juan Kenobi. It has been all postseason long. Just a terrific run for that dude who could have been first team All-NBA defense as well this season. Sarah, what's up? Not Sarah. I'm losing my mind. Stephanie, what's up? What is up? Welcome in. How exactly do you say that handle though, Gary? Would you guess?
I'm not even sure. Stephanie Fosh.
Stephanie, is that your last name? I'm guessing Stephanie. That's your last name, I would imagine. Anyway, thank you, Stephanie. Welcome in. As always, thank you for being here. It is now 1:00 in the morning on our time. Haven't been getting a lot of sleep during this NBA playoffs, as you guys, I'm sure, can imagine. Skap, how many times did you change your thumbnail idea for this stream in the course of the game? LOL, crazy one. Happy for the Knicks and the rookie Harper. Yes, Stephanie, you called it many weeks ago. Gary, remember, Stephanie called, I think it was like the second round of the playoffs, I want to say, when she asserted that Dylan reminds her a lot of young Kobe Bryant. And I actually agreed with her. As a huge Kobe fan, I agreed with her because he is exuding a lot of young Kobe stuff. Like, Kobe didn't quite come off the bench, but still, that first run, that first year in 2000, he was like kind of like an unsung guy. Like, everybody just thought it was all Shaq. Like, Kobe was secretly and sneakily outstanding in that first finals run, that 2000 run, which was definitely his worst one, but still. He, in game 7, that Portland game, I keep talking about game 7, young Kobe Bryant at the age of like 21 at the time, led the Lakers in points, rebounds, blocks, and steals in that game 7 against Portland. And he led the entire NBA playoffs that year in clutch scoring and fourth quarter scoring. He's only one of 2 guards ever that have recorded 30 blocks and 30 steals throughout the course of one postseason. So 21-year-old Kobe did a lot of damn work in that 2000 run. And I do see, to Stephanie's point, I do see a lot of similarities to Dylan Harper's run now. He's been fantastic. And I think they're not giving him enough. Let Dylan cook, Mitch Johnson. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Like, he's 20. Let him play. I'd play him 48 minutes next game. I'd start him and play him every second of the game next game if it was me. But Stephanie, to answer your first point, several. I had my first thumbnail and title picked out in the second quarter. I then changed it like midway through the third, and then I changed it again in the midway through the fourth. I changed it another time midway through the fourth, and then I changed it a final. So the fourth time was the charm, Stephanie. It took me 3 different thumbnail title iterations, actually, and I don't even want to. I don't want to soil or sully the good New York name at this point. But I will say that the thumbnail or the title midway through the second was going to be Spurs take a shit on the entire city of New York. That was what I was going to title this live stream. And it was going to be just some ridiculous thumbnail. The thumbnail was going to be hilarious. But then as the game narrowed, I couldn't go with that anyway. And then when it looked like the Knicks were, I kept teetering of who I thought would win. And then I started rooting for the Knicks because I kind of have been rooting. Like, I've been saying I love both of these teams. I feel really good for both these teams, whichever team wins, and I'll feel really bad for whichever team loses. So I had no dog in this fight, no horse in this race, so to speak, coming in. But I have felt myself feeling more of a pull and an allegiance towards the Knicks the longer and longer the series goes on. And once they came back in the fourth and they got it to like a 1-point game, I was like, oh my God, please let the Knicks win this game. Like I started really like heavily rooting for the Knicks at that point. So yes, Stephanie, to answer your question, lots of times I changed it. And now I see, Stephanie, this is why I said Sarah, because Sarah was next. Back to back ladies here in the Skap Live After Dark. Incredible, Gary. This is like a historic moment right now for Skap Live After Dark, who my channel is comprised of roughly 95 to 96% male audience. So the fact that I have back-to-back ladies coming in here now and joining the live stream, can't thank you two enough. Stephanie and Sarah, shout out to you guys. Gary, what is Sarah's question or comment? Thank you very much for your generous donation, Sarah. I appreciate it.
So the athlete of the century is the GOAT of losing. Brady, 7 Super Bowl rings, MJ, 6 NBA championships, Phelps, 23 Olympic gold medals are not qualified. We put winners down and glorify losers now.
So, Sarah, spoiler alert. I think, quite frankly, I think that Tom Brady is the athlete of the century. He was drafted in 2000. He played till 2022. He is by far the winningest player in that sports history, the most accomplished, has the best stats, yada, yada, yada. His individual statistical dominance is akin to LeBron's. However, you would have to give him Bill Russell's playoff resume to equal Tom Brady's playoff resume. That's what Tom Brady is. He's a combination in the NFL. He's a mixture of LeBron James's longevity and stats coupled with Bill Russell's winning. That's Tom Brady. And he now is making $37.5 million a year as the lead broadcaster for Fox during football games. And he is a partial owner of the Vegas Raiders, a football and NFL football team. So he is still highly engaged and around the sports world. To me, Tom Brady was the easy answer of who is the athlete of the century. And guess what, Sarah? Guess what, chat? He didn't even make the list at all. There are 100 athletes on this list, and he didn't even make it. So Yeah, I talk about that prominently as well in the video. So I start the video, which is about 9 or 10 minutes and will be coming out sometime tomorrow whenever I can manage to get it edited. The first half of it is just burying the selection of LeBron James, and the second half is mocking the list in general for not including Tom Brady at all on it. What is your problem, Time Magazine? I used to think that Bleacher Report was the worst periodical out there, but now I know that Bleacher Report is second to Time Magazine. But hey, look, if there's ever some apocalyptic event or anything that strikes Earth and we run out of toilet paper, we'll at least hopefully have a lot of the New York Times and Bleacher Report available to wipe our asses with, because that is all those putrid yellow journalism rags are good for at this point. Just laughable journalism on display there, to say the least. But I'll be covering that in that video tomorrow again if I ever get it edited. We've got Miguel95 is up next. And one more shout out, though, real quick, to Stephanie and Sarah, two lady viewers that came in. I appreciate you guys so much for being here, as always. Miguel95, clearest example of a team of destiny. Go Knicks. 1,000%, particularly in the NBA. Like, I have never seen something like this in the NBA. You see it, like I said, I've been saying for weeks, you see it all the time in the NHL, the NFL, Major League Baseball, like all the time. Like every couple years, you see a team that just gets hot at the right time and comes on and goes on some magical run. Never happens in the NBA, because the NBA is a sport, basketball in general is a sport, where when the best team, the best players, like it's just hard to overcome the advantage 4 times out of 7. But like, look, the Knicks, quite frankly, they should be down 3-1. They should have lost game 2, and they should have lost tonight. Easily, they should have lost both those games, in my opinion. So they should be down 3-1, but they're up 3-1. And Gary, that's why I joke. It was a joke last game, but Gary and I were talking last game too. And I said at one point, like the Spurs were up 14 or 15, and I thought they were going to run away with last game too. And the Knicks came storming back, and I was like, I don't think the Knicks can lose. I just think they can't lose. Like there's just something about them that it's just not possible. And of course, it was a kind of a joke, tongue in cheek last game. And they of course did lose last game, but like, look at this, like they should be down 3-1 and they're up 3-1. Like it is just magic, Miguel, just the kind of magic. I said it last game. They will probably be pumping "We Are the Champions," a Queen song, throughout Gotham City if and when New York ultimately captures that 4th and final win. But I think they should go with another Queen song from the Highlander, the original Highlander soundtrack. It's a Kind of Magic, because this is just a run of magic, in my estimation, for this team, Miguel. Sorry, I jumped over. Go ahead, Gary.
Are you officially ruling the Spurs out?
Well, Gary, as you know, I did flip-flop my Spurs in 7 pick to go with Knicks in 6 after game 1. And while I'm a gutless flip-flopper, I've gotten a lot of pushback from this, Gary, not just from you, but from others on my channel. I do not flip-flop more than one time. So I got to stay with my Knicks. Look, it's still like, I still look at it as in like the Spurs just have to really get one game on the road, and they should have gotten tonight easily and handily. So like, I still don't think the Spurs are totally dead. Like they dominated tonight for most of the game. Like they've dominated most of the series. Like and they still have 2 games. I think they win game 5, and then the Knicks they had better get game 6. They got to get game 6. Like after you get this to go up 3-1, you can't let it get back to game 7 in San Antonio. So I still don't think it's over, honestly, which is crazy because, Gary, as you know, I'm basically an absolutist. Speaking of all of these Star Wars references with OG1 Kenobi, Gary, I know you've never seen Star Wars. I don't want to out you, but I know you haven't seen them. Right. But and I think it is whatever the 3rd one of the new ones, which was terrible, like the Revenge of the Sith or whatever. Like right before Anakin and Obi-Wan fight fight in the final sequence. Anakin says, "You're either with me or against me." And Obi-Wan says to him, "Only a Sith deals in absolutes." And I am typically, in the mind frame of an absolutist. And I would be like, oh, after this, it's 100% over. The Spurs have no shot whatsoever. I don't know. I still think they're not dead yet. I really do. Okay. I see you shaking your head. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, no, I was nodding. Yeah, I don't think it's, I don't think they're going to, I think they'll win game 5. I don't see how they can possibly win game 6, but I'm not going to say it's impossible. And if they do win game 6 somehow.
Yeah.
But the thing is we've seen a lot of impossible. We didn't think there was any way the Knicks would get 2 in San Antonio. Right. And then we didn't think any way the Spurs will blow a 29-point lead. So if there's any series to flip the script, it's this one. Although, I mean, I definitely think Knicks will win at the Garden in 6, but if it goes back to San Antonio.
Yeah, I think when I flip-flopped in game 1, Gary, and remember, I said I would flip-flop if they won game 1 because I thought the Spurs would then win game 2. Then I thought the Knicks would probably win 2 games in home. That was my script for them to win in 6. So they would be up 3-1 in that scenario. But then when they won a second game in San Antonio, I really did think that the Spurs would get one of the 2 in or in New York. I didn't think they were going to get swept. So I thought they get one of the 2, which would then mean that they would go to 6. I still thought so this is just still, I still think it's going at least 6. So, nothing has changed. Look, the Spurs are going to be absolutely beside them. That flight. Oh my God. I can only imagine what the flight back to San Antonio is going to be like. Like probably dead silence. Like you can likely hear a pin drop on the carpet of the plane on that flight back to San Antonio. But I think by Saturday, their heads will be right. Again, they'll be at home in San Antonio. I think they do stave off elimination and make this thing interesting still. All right, we've got Spartan 4196 is in next. They were up by 30. Chernobyl had less of a meltdown. Wemby makes Magic Shaq look good in comparison. Wemby. This is a tough look for Wemby. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I've been defending him. In fact, Gary, you watch the live chat a lot as well, as do I. I've been getting massacred in that live chat as a Wemby glazer. Me, a glazer of a young NBA player today. But I have been defending Wembanyama quite a bit in this series primarily. Even with that game 2 collapse, I've still kind of been defending him. But the totality of it now, when you look at it, like he was totally shut down in game 1. He collapsed in game 2. And now you missed those free throws tonight, and 9 of 24 for 25 points as that lead melts away. Like when you look at the overall complete picture of what we've seen to this point, and it ain't over yet, but when you look at the overall story of what's being written to this stage, like it ain't good. But again, I have full confidence that he will be back and be better for it. When I saw LeBron melting down in the 07 and 2011 finals, I never had full confidence that he would ever make up for those collapses. I have a completely different feeling surrounding Victor Wembanyama when I watch his struggles in this. This series reminds me more to me. It's like, I know it's on a much bigger stage, and I know he's older now than this analogy I'm going to draw. But to me, these failures for Wemby reminds me of the Kobe air balls when he was when they played the Jazz in that series, and he had like 3 or 4 consecutive air balls against the Jazz to ultimately get swept in that. And I think that was, I want to say it was 2 years before the championship. It might have been the year before though. Anyway, like that kind of reminds me of this. And then if you remember years later, I'm saying, Gary, like 15 years later or whatever, maybe it was a decade-ish later, Kobe had this commercial where he was working out and he had all these clippings around him that was like his motivations while he was working out. It was a shoe commercial, and prominently displayed was like, it was like Kobe goes it alone, and it was the air ball, like a shot of him like doing the air ball or whatever. So like those things, the great players, these failures only drive them and make them better and greater for it. So I think Wembanyama will be in that category.
You remember what I said before the playoffs started? I thought it was going to be Jokic that was going to give him a hard lesson in round 2. I told you he needs to learn. He needs to lose in this playoffs to prepare him, kind of like the Pistons prepared Jordan before he finally took off and became like the best player in the league. So I've always felt like Wemby needed to lose in the playoffs to learn, but this is cruel though.
Yeah.
Jordan and Kobe, they were not this close. They didn't have everything like going their way. This is this hurts even more, but it will no doubt push him and drive him for the future.
Yeah, what I always say, Gary, is the closer you get, the worse. Like the closer you get and don't win, the bigger that failure like seizes you. And like, yeah, I mean, like as just a fan, like growing up, like I would rather, honestly, this sounds whatever. You can say whatever you want about this, but like I would rather lose in the first round or like not make the playoff. Like I was a big football fan growing up. Like I would rather, like of all the excruciating Steelers, like the Steelers Super Bowl loss to your Cowboys in '95 in Arizona, where they outplayed the Cowboys all game long, and Neil O'Donnell threw those crushing interceptions to Larry Brown. Like I would have rather just not made the playoffs at all than lose like that. Or like, because the closer you get, the more it hurts, you know? So for Wemby to get like this close and then to lose it like that, like, yeah, this, I mean, it's obviously a haunting, crushing feeling the closer you get. And then the fact that they have been right in these games and they really just a few, like 2 plays here or there, they're up 3-1. Really like 2 different plays, like one here and one on game 2, they're up 3-1 and instead they're down 3-1. Like that is just a crushing way to go out. No doubt about that. Enchanted 2K797 is back in again. Spurs had a combined 30 in the second half. Ridiculous. Every Spurs player and coach choked. Oh wait, and I skipped over. I'm trash at Clash. I'm trash at Clash 122. Happy choke night. Knicks own these frauds. Can't push back much on that. Trash, obviously, you just can't give much of a pushback. That is tonight will forever, June whatever 10th, will forever be known as choke night around San Antonio, I guess. Go ahead, Gary.
There was a choke off. Josh Hart said, I'm going to choke. De'Aaron Fox said, hold my beer. Watch. I'm going to choke better. My goodness. De'Aaron Fox and Josh Hart, how do you make those kinds of plays down the stretch?
Yo, Garrett, you know what I'm talking about, Josh Hart. Like whenever in my open, when I mentioned that blown layup,
yes.
And then what was he doing on that box out? Like Wemby was totally backed off. Like he was not in position at all. And like Hart was just pinched him in for whatever reason. Like, and just let Castle just stroll right to the basket. Like, what are you doing, Hart? Like, if I was Josh Hart, I would every day for the rest of my life, I would send OG Anunoby like a thank you text message every day. Just unbelievable bailout by OG.
I know this sounds funny, but of course I want my Spurs to win, but I felt bad for Josh Hart on there because I said if they lose this game, he's never going to live this down for the rest of his career. Yeah. If they go on to lose the series, of course,
right.
He would have been the scapegoat and like the butt of every joke in New York. I actually hate seeing like guys I'd like seeing LeBron catch that because of how arrogant he is. But Josh Hart, he plays the game the right way. I don't like seeing guys who play the right way choke like that. I feel bad for guys, even if it's on the opposing team.
Right. All right. Enchanted 2K797 back in. Spurs had a combined 30 points in the second half. Ridiculous. Every Spurs and player coach joke. And it's not even like when you look at it and say they had 30 in the second half, that sounds bad enough. But the fact that they had 76 in the first half, how the hell do you go from 76 points in the first half, 27-point lead with 76 points on the board, and then you lose by 1 point in a game where you put 30 on the board in the second half? Just unimaginable, honestly. Mike Ross 6767. Welcome in, Mike. Thank you. Welcome back. And I should say, I know that you are a regular here. Biggest choke in history. Someone check on Pop ASAP. Yeah, Greg Popovich. My goodness, Gary. He has not looked altogether that healthy in the box when they make those cutaways of him. I would honestly, someone might want to do a wellness check on Pop. Just make sure that he didn't have some kind of an event while watching this game, because I know if I was a Spurs fan, I probably would have, quite frankly. Papa Pumpkin is in next. What's up, Papa Pumpkin? Look, I am a basic B, and I love me some pumpkin stuff. I gotta admit, even though I live in Florida and it's roasting hot here, basically 9 months a year, including typically in October when Halloween is, I love me some pumpkin beer. I love the pumpkin soaps. I like the pumpkin lattes. I like those little pumpkin hand sanitizers. Give me pumpkin anything, Papa Pumpkin. So welcome in. Love the little avatar there. The name Victor is fittingly just short of victory. Oh boy, I didn't even piece that together, Gary. Victor is so close to victory. It's just one letter off. And the Spurs, Wemby, have been just like one play shy in 2 different games now to potentially be up big time in this series. Them with a 3-1 lead, going home with a chance to close it in a gentleman's sweep. Unbelievable turn of the Incorruptible is in next with his latest. Oh God, no. Oh, Gary, no, he's changed it. The avatar has changed. If you guys can't see this, the Incorruptible's avatar has changed to LeChoke Gary with a Wembanyama Spurs jersey on. The Incorruptible's avatar changes are cracking me up. But I'll tell you, Incorruptible Gary, look, Gary has been on point though in all this whole postseason. He really hasn't. Like, he has been adamant. Like 30-4 run to end the regular season. Like a net rating commensurate with the 95-96 Chicago Bulls. Doesn't matter. Gary thinks the Spurs are going to lose. They run through the blaze through the Thunder. Doesn't matter. He thinks they're going to. They're up 30 points tonight. Gary thinks they're going to lose. Like Gary has been calling it every step of the way. Incorruptible. So you can't say LeChoke Gary. Maybe his team's LeChoking, but it's not anything that has surprised Gary at all. Like Gary, which part of the process involves no boxing out, bricking free throws, and chucking threes? Seriously, though, this is a different NBA than I used to watch, and I don't know if I can get back into it fully. I mean, I'm with you, Gary. I'll let you talk to this too, but like I said, 15 points used to be an insurmountable. Basically, you didn't lose. If you were up 15 at the end of 3, it's a wrap. It's just a wrap. You know, like with the limited amount of possessions per game, with how slow the games were played, how methodical and half-court based it was, the lack of three-point shooting, essentially, like, you weren't coming back, especially in a playoff game. Like, if you're up 13, 15 points at the end of 3, it is a cataclysmic choke back then in, like, the 90s and the 2000s. Now it's like, yeah, whatever, 20-point lead, whatever. Just keep going. Like, yeah, like, what was that? Didn't the Knicks do this to the Cavs? Like, just in game 1, they were down 20 in game 1 in the fourth quarter. And came back from that. So in back-to-back series now, the Knicks have overcome 2 20-point fourth quarter deficits midway through the quarter. It's wild. But Gary, you could talk to this one if you want. I don't think you might have much to add because it's nothing, like I said, you haven't been talking to most of the playoff run.
Yeah, it's just part of the process. Hopefully they learn from moving forward. If this was a veteran team, I would be beside myself right now. But knowing, like I said, they're just so young. I honestly thought they were going to lose to Denver in the second round.
I was shocked when Jamal Murray messed up that series and lost. Then we went against Ant. I wasn't sure what the heck they were going to do because I didn't know how Ant, if he was going to be healthy or not. You remember I said I can't really pick. What I was wrong about, the Spurs routed them in 3 of those 4 wins. I was shocked by that. And then beating OKC. So I'm like, I'm just glad we've done as much as we have. But yeah, this definitely feels cruel, inexperience, process, whatever. No excuse for tonight. Just stick to the fundamentals. We lost game 2 at the end because and then you're asking, Jay, well, I don't know why these leads give up. Well, let me tell you, because they shoot threes all over the place now, and centers run the point.
Yeah.
Which was never done years ago. Why did Wembanyama, with Dylan Harper, Aaron Fox, and Castle on the court simultaneously? You know what? I'm going to take it up. It's not like they were down 1, needing a quick score with 5 seconds. The game was tied. All you had to do is get it to a guard, let them set the play up at the end. If you miss, you go to overtime. But no, let me do the absolute worst thing, turn the ball over. So this is just, I really do. Wemby choked. Yes, inexperienced, but he still choked. That's fundamental. Even if you're inexperienced, you should know how to execute the fundamentals.
Yeah.
So that's what the problem. I am upset and disappointed that Wemby couldn't complete that pass to Castle. Castle deserves 0% of that blame. Like I said, when Wemby got the rebound, Castle called for the ball. Wemby held it, and that's when Castle shot up the floor like he should have, but then Wemby hit him in the back. That's 100% on Wemby.
Yeah, and like honestly, Gary, you keep saying that you thought they'd lose to Denver. Look, Denver's a terrible matchup for the Spurs. They really are.
Yes.
And honestly, that would have looked honestly. If I was a Spurs fan, like I said, the closer you get to winning, the harder it is. I would have much preferred that. Because first of all, Jokic can't stop Wembanyama either. So Wembanyama would have looked great in that series. Like he would have probably averaged 30, 17, like 4 blocks on like 55%. He would have looked great. It's just Jokic would have given him more. Probably in 4 out of the 7 games, Jokic would have just been unbeatable, and no one would have thought anything of it. Like, people would have just been like, oh, look how great Wemby was, though, even though they lost. Like, what can you do? It's the best player on the planet, and Nikola Jokic, like, whatever, like, they'll be back next year. No shame whatsoever in that. Now, though, like, you go through the whole West, you beat the Thunder. Now there's expectations, and you're getting shut down, basically, by Karl Anthony Towns. Like, it just doesn't look good right now. Like, it would have been way better. I would have preferred, if I were a Spurs fan, like, get them out of the, don't put us through this for like a month and a half. Get us so close, tantalizingly close to this chip, only to collapse in this way. So yeah, I mean, that would have been better for both of us, Gary, because then Jokic would have been in the West finals, though he probably would have lost the Thunder anyway. And then the Thunder would probably be on the verge of winning the championship right now, which nobody would want to see. So
I will take this pain of this agony. I will endure it, because let's give a shout out to my Spurs for going into OKC in Game 7.
Right.
And eliminating the defending champs. So if we lose this series, which it looks like we're going to, I'm just going to be like, I'm so glad we beat OKC. I'm so glad that the Thunder didn't win a championship. I'd much rather have the Knicks than the Thunder.
100%. And I don't know. Look, basketball, Gary, we say it all the time. Basketball is a game of matchups, quite frankly. The Spurs don't match up well with the Nuggets. They don't match up well with the Knicks. Like, they have outplayed the Knicks for large portions of this series, but we said it going in, like, they don't necessarily match up all that well against them. And the Knicks, I don't think, match up very well against the Thunder. So the Knicks, I think, would have got absolutely peppered off the floor by the Thunder, and then that would have just been an ass outcome for all of us. So yes, while everybody's hating on the Spurs and stuff right now, we should be instead feeling indebted to them for taking the Thunder out and not making us endure a repeat by those floppers. So, yeah, I'll take this all day long, to your point. Will N8664 is back in yet again. Welcome in, my friend. Thank you, Will, so much for being here as always. Gary, what is this recent question or comment from Will N?
Wanted to address this issue. Can't speak for other New York fans in here, but I do not condone those idiots in New York City jumping Spurs fans. Most I do is talk trash in here, but that's it. Go Knicks. FNYC. Yes, I agree. That's what it's all about. We're supposed to trash talk each other in fun and dap each other up at the end of it. That's what we're supposed to do.
Totally classless, disgusting, obviously. And it wasn't like there was groups of Spurs fans going around like talking all kinds of mad shit on Knicks fans or anything like that. I saw probably like 4 to 5 different videos where it was one single person in a Spurs jersey, one person walking alone by themselves, just trying to get the hell out of away from the situation as quickly as possible, not saying a single word, getting absolutely jumped and stomped out by like 30, 40 people. It was disgusting. So you don't want to call out an entire fan base for the actions of a few isolated people. And you don't want to attribute, the classless, disgusting behavior of a few people to that team. So like that I don't stick that on the Knicks at all. And quite frankly, more than likely, look, these hooligans, these thugs probably aren't even real Knicks fans. They're just adjutant troublemakers that just take this opportunity to go out and do foolishness and shit like that. So hopefully they all get their retribution in one way or another, whatever. Hopefully, if not from a court of law or whatever, anybody that was partaking in like the 30 or 40 people that were jumping and beating the shit out of like one person individually in a Spurs jersey, hopefully they all get their karmatic events or whatever. Like, I believe that karma is real. I hope that it is. And I hope that anybody that took part in those things, I hope they all get a nice slice of karma pie sometime very soon down the road. So, and Victor Wembanyama obviously came out. He's had people have been criticizing him for things off the court. Like, there's something apparently going on with him, the national anthem. I don't see that happening personally. I don't notice it, or like, he's not speaking out against the America or anything that I hear of. I haven't heard of any of this stuff. Again, Jason Whitlock's been all over this thing. He's been going off on it for like the entire week. He's not making any overt comments that I'm noticing. It's not like he's calling Kaepernicking or anything, but whatever. He's been criticized for that. He came out and like obviously vehemently spoke out against, rejected, and condemned the behavior of the Knicks fans targeting these Spurs fans. And I'm obviously with him on that. And I hope, look, I'm glad, quite frankly, that the Knicks won this game because, man, it was going to like halfway through this game, if I had a Spurs jersey on, I would have taken it and thrown it off and just like, and just went about my business, because it could have, like, halfway through the game, like, I was thinking like, this is going to be a terrible night in New York. So like, luckily OG1 Kenobi saved the city of Gotham and anybody in a Spurs jersey tonight with that last second tip-in. Go ahead, Gary.
A couple things. When I went to the Magic, to the finals, game 5 in 2009, I had a Kobe shirt on. Mm-hmm. And I was walking around like this, mostly before the game. After the game, they won. I wasn't taunting Magic fans or anything, but believe it or not, a lot of people were passing me by and saying, hey, I like your shirt. I like your shirt. I never one time had a confrontation with anyone. So that's in Orlando. The other thing I was going to say, I don't think Wemby's thinking I'm American, anti-American. I don't think he's thinking about France. You know what he's thinking about? I got to get this win. That's what he's meditating on. Right. He's not thinking about, let me take an anti-position on America. He's dialed in.
Yeah. And Dreamers Pro made a video showing where Jokic also was doing something similar, and Whitlock never said anything about that. And even Jordan and most people don't put their heart over the national anthem. That's Pledge of Allegiance.
Right.
So national anthem people just do different. It's not like Wemby was doing anything different. His eyes were closed.
Right.
I believe he is probably just trying to envision him winning a game and locking in. I think that's what he is. It's not. Jason's trying to find something political where it's not.
Yes. No, and I agree with that. And that's why, like, and maybe, look, it could be my naivete because I try not to look like I go out of my way to not involve myself or pay attention to the politicizing of sports. Because quite frankly, like, I just don't think they mix. I don't want them to. So like, maybe like I'm just avoiding, maybe he's making comments and stuff and I'm avoiding it, but I don't think so. And like, quite frankly, yes, I guess I understand the take, like in Jokic and Wemby's case, like, hey, you're making a lot of American dollars, so respect America. I guess I understand that take, but like, they're not American. So it's like, they don't grow up with, they don't probably even understand like what they're supposed to do, you know, like they probably don't like feel any way good or bad about America, right? Like, I don't think Jokic or Wemby. Like, the reason I hated Kaepernick, what he was doing, was because, damn it, you're American. Like, he was American doing that stuff. Get the hell out then. Like, otherwise, right? Was my take on that.
And that was a clear protest.
Right.
Wemby and Jokic weren't protesting. They were just, at least for Wemby, just dialed into the game. Because that's how focused he is. It wasn't a protest at all, whereas Kaepernick was a deliberate, intentional protest.
Right. Right. And like these guys, like Jokic and Wemby, like they are men, they're grown. Like, yes, Wemby's young when he got drafted, and I guess Jokic was whatever, 19, but like they've grown up their whole lives in some other country. Like, they come over here, that I know Jokic doesn't even live here in the off season. So it's like, what exactly, what's he supposed to, like, what the etiquette is during our national anthem? Like, what does it matter what they're doing? Like I see many players have their arms folded behind their backs and their head bowed with their eyes closed. Like, many players do that. So I don't understand like the big thing against Wemby this year. I just don't get it. And Whitlock doesn't really have me on the show or ask me these questions, because I'm going to go against the grain there. I just don't think that I'll agree. I know I won't agree with what he's saying, but go ahead, Gary.
Be sure to point out to him when he brings up, well, Wemby's making all these millions. Be sure to point out that Kelly Olynyk got paid more than Wemby this year. Let that sink in.
That's true.
So did a slew of other guys on the team. Wemby's not over here to make money. He's here to play basketball, because if he was, he would have found a way to get his rookie contract. Because of how significant of a player he is, he hasn't made one stink about his rookie contract. He just takes his money and he focuses on the game, which is the kind of player, ironically, Wembanyama is bringing back everything Whitlock's been complaining about. The NBA is soft and this and that. Wembanyama is bringing that edge back, and now Whitlock's finding a little thing to complain about and make much bigger than it really is.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I agree. I'm sure we won't talk about it now. Well, we'll probably just talk about Wemby's choke tomorrow. I'm sure Whitlock will be celebrating that and trying to talk up Brunson as like the main reason why. And of course, I don't believe that at all. And we'll be arguing about that, I'm sure. But Gary, we are clicking over now to the 2-hour mark. And we still have about 1,000 people in here in Skap Live After Dark. Shout out to you guys still sticking around, hanging out with us as we near the 2 a.m. Mark here on the East Coast of the US of A, where Gary and I are coming from. The Incorruptible says, Gary, please start Harper and throw out Fox. Incorruptible, Gary and I have been saying that for like 3 games now. So
I said that. Yep.
Go ahead and send Mitch Johnson a text message. Don't tell.
Was Harper on the court when Fox threw up that brick? Was Harper playing? I'll be honest with you, I was so nervous. I was looking away in those last couple minutes. I was like looking away. Like I went to the other room because I was getting so stressed out.
You know, I think he was in the closer minute. I think he was playing those. I'll have to go back and check, honestly. Because I was just watching. He certainly wasn't getting touches. I mean, I'll tell you that. Yeah, I'll have to go. Honestly, they should be going. Harper should be initiating the offense down the stretch in that game. Like he should have been. He should have the ball in his hand, going to the basket, and just see what happens. Like, does he draw a foul? Does he draw? Do they collapse on him? Is Wemby then just cutting for like a quick, easy little layup dunk from Harper? Like, I don't understand why they weren't putting the ball in his hand. Like, De'Aaron Fox was getting all of the initiation stuff down the stretch, and I just don't get it. I get he's older and more experienced, but you got to just ride the hot hand. This is game 4 of the NBA Finals. You're in a one-score game with a
29-point lead.
I know. I'm with you. I'm with you, Gary. All right, Just a Messenger 07G is in next. I believe the 29-point comeback tonight is the largest in NBA Finals history and the second largest in playoff history. Great job, New York. If San Antonio loses this series, people will hold this over Wemby forever. I mean, look, I'll say this. I made a video about it. It's not necessarily apples to apples with what LeBron did against the Spurs in 07, because realistically, no one expected LeBron to beat the Spurs in that 2007 finals, whereas a lot of people expected Wembanyama to win this series. So I get it. But LeBron was heinous in that 2007 series. Heinous. 22 points per game in a 4-game sweep. 35% shooting from the field. He had more turnovers, 23, than his entire team combined other than him. 22 for the entire team in 4 games. LeBron had 23. As bad as you could possibly play in a series where, yes, say what you will, they were playing the Spurs. They had the 4 Hall of Famers, 3 Hall of Famers, whatever. But here's the thing. The Cavs defense was undeniably elite that season. The Cavs defense held the Spurs to 86 points per game in the 4-game sweep. So, like, if LeBron was any good at all, the Cavs would have won like 2 or 3 games at least in that series, and nobody cares. Nobody gives a damn about it now. I talk about it, Just a Messenger, but nobody else does. All we hear about from 2007 is how great LeBron was in getting his team to the finals at the age of 22 and how good he was in that Eastern Conference Finals against the Detroit Pistons. So, like, if Wembanyama goes on to win 5 or 6 championships, like when he's retiring at like 38, 39 with whatever, 5 MVPs, 6 Defensive Player of the Year awards, 5 championships, 6 championships, no one at that point is going to be like, yeah, but he choked at 20, like 18 years ago, though. He definitely choked against the Knicks. No one is ever going to say that. So, like, again, it depends on what he does from here. And I feel like that 2007 series for LeBron is just another example of all of the other colossal chokes that he's had throughout his career. So I talk about it as just another example. But in the case of Victor Wembanyama, I think he's going to be so great the rest of the way after this, that this is just going to be one small little asterisk. One, like I said, it's going to be more comparable to like Kobe struggling in the playoffs early on and looking back and saying, wow, that was the beginning. That was the turning point. Or Tragic Johnson. Remember when Magic Johnson choked away that series against the Boston Celtics? And he had that nickname Tragic Johnson on him for like a year or two. And he just went home to Michigan all summer, locked himself in some 100-degree gym, his high school gym with no air conditioning, and just trained his ass off for like 8 hours a day and removed himself from all of the noise and stuff. That to me, and then what happened? Does anybody talk about that really now to this day? Does anybody say, oh yeah, Magic choked there against the Celtics? No, you just talk about it as a footnote, as a look, that's what it took. Like, that's how you respond. Like, see, that's how great players respond. They take those challenges. Great players aren't above failure. Many players in not just the NBA, but in sports in general, in life. Hell, people fail a lot. People hit rock bottom. It's not about the failure. It's about what do you do as a response. Like LeBron failed and failed and failed. He then ran away and joined elite other players to make it easier on him so he can get easy, cheap rings. That was his response. Michael Jordan lifted weights, learned to play differently, learned to incorporate his teammates, got better, got stronger mentally, physically, came back and was better for the struggles and the failures. And that's what Kobe did, that Magic Johnson did. That's what the greats do. They respond. It's not about how hard you get hit. It's about if you can get up after you get whatever Sylvester Stallone said in Rocky 5. It's about if you keep getting up. Rocky 6, Gary's telling me. Yes, the speech he gives to his son. But that truly is what it's all about. And I think Victor Wembanyama is going to respond in a major way to what we've seen. If not, if he doesn't respond already this series, you guys are making it out like they're dead and buried already. Like the series isn't over yet. So like he still has life left in him in this series. But regardless of how it goes, yes, it looks like the Knicks are overwhelming favorites now. And if they ultimately do close it out, I think Wemby will be back and better than ever next year. We've got Kinia Aura 8736. I'm going to call you Kinney or Kine.
I think it's Kinahora.
Kinahora. Yeah, I'll call you Kine. Kinahora 8736. Welcome in to Skap Live After Dark. Appreciate it. Guys, thank you so much for all of your support and generosity tonight. We're making our way through these things. We'll probably be on here for another hour or two, at least, if you guys want to stick around. I will get to every last one of these comments that you guys left me. We're about halfway through at this point of the comments. We're sitting at around 70 right now. So thank you very much, Gary. What's this next one, though, from Kine?
Choke gets more views. Epic comeback by New York. Ridiculous officiating. BS call on Towns. Wemby clearly fouled him. #rigged. OG. I heard Anne Hathaway tossed her wedding ring when you hit that miracle.
Is that right? Is that a fact? I'm going to have to look that up after the show. Wemby! I'm going to have to look that up. I don't believe that. Anne Hathaway probably has quite a pricey wedding ring, I would imagine. That thing's got to be 5 dig for sure. Like probably like a 25 wedding ring. So that would be something if she actually did toss it. Look, Kine, it's not that I'm going for the more clickbaity title. Though that certainly is the more clickbaity title than Epic Comeback. It's just I am a pessimist through and through. Look, if my glass of water point, in fact, is like up to here. It's like up to here, this massive glass of water. As you can see, the water ricocheting. This thing is like 80% full. And instead I look at that and I say, I'm missing a little bit of water there at the top. That's kind of the way my outlook. So I don't typically look at like big comebacks as necessarily comebacks. I look at them more as failures for the other team. Because yes, Giannis Antetokounmpo, there is failure in sports. And when you have a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter, that's a failure. Like the reason I say Kine is because when you're up 20 midway through the fourth quarter and you're an NBA team, like you've got to have, it's about a 98% win probability. If you look at all time throughout NBA history, like what your probability is of winning that game. When you factor in that it's in game 4 of the NBA finals in a series that's either going to be 2-2 or 3-1, it is a catastrophic epic choke. So that's why I went with that title ultimately. But yes, it was an epic comeback by New York as well. The officiating again, I'm not seeing horrendous calls to me, but like the Towns thing is a thing. I feel like because Towns is so important, he's led the team in plus minus like every game, I think, pretty much. Except for their one loss. They last game he didn't. I do not think he led the team in plus minus, but he still had a very good plus minus. I think he was plus 11 or something like that in a game they lost by 5 or 6. So like he's so valuable to what they're doing on both sides that the fact that he's in foul trouble every game, I mean, that is a big deal. So I do see that. And I do love OG Anunoby. So, I do see Johnny Arnett just texted me. So I didn't see the full message, but he did text me. So I just want to give a shout out to Johnny Arnett, who is like a big deal, I think, in the sports space in YouTube, and a fellow Kobe lover and supporter. So shout out to you, my brother. We are planning, Johnny, if you are still watching right now, I was on Johnny's podcast. He has like a second channel, which of course you should check out, Johnny Arnett, of course, but he has a second channel as well. That is like a kind of like a podcast thing. And I went on that once before, and we were talking about me going on again. So Johnny, we could do it. Maybe we could do it sometime in the next few days in the midst of this series. If you want to set something up or plan something, I'd be more than happy to come on and chat with you guys again about whatever topics you wanted to talk about. So thank you very much for the shout out there and reaching out. I'll reach out to you tomorrow maybe, and we can get something set up. But Kine, that's why I say choke instead of come back. But I do love OG Anunoby at this point. One of my favorite current NBA players right now. And now I got to use my wife's nickname for him, who my wife, Gary, she has seen Star Wars, but she knows about as much about Star Wars as you, who hasn't seen it. So she knows very little, but she knows who Obi-Wan Kenobi is. So she is now dubbed OG Anunoby, OG-1 Kenobi. In fact, let me just give her, I know we're already going to be on all night. So what's another minute here for me to find this asset thing and put it up here. There he is, OG-1 Kenobi. Shout out to my wife for that nice little piece of artwork. All right, next in we've got La podiatrist. Gary, can you confirm, is a podiatrist a foot doctor? I think that it is.
I'm actually not sure.
Let me, I'm pretty sure it is. No, not pediatrics.
Pediatric would be a children's doctor.
Right. All right, let's see here. Yes, but it's podiatrist. It is yes, it is feet, ankles, and lower legs is a podiatrist, but I believe that it is podiatrist. Oh, it is. Okay. So La podiatrist, I just want to make sure what I'm seeing. Gary, do you remember when LeBron, sorry guys for that long pause and delay, but I'm going to pay it off with this setup here. Gary, do you remember when LeBron, quote, heard a pop when he hurt his foot back in like whatever it was, 2019 or something? Do you remember, or 2020 maybe? Not the championship run year, but the year, I think it was like the 2 years after. Maybe.
His first year in the Lakers, he had a season-ending injury or had a couple injuries.
The year he got hurt and was supposed to miss the whole year, but came back earlier than anybody anticipated because, according to him, quote, his foot was healing faster than the doctors had ever seen before. Well, in his post game, when he came back from that injury and he was answering questions, one of the reporters in the post game presser was like, LeBron, a bunch of doctors have told you to get the surgery on it, would have ended your season. Why did you not? He said, because I saw the LeBron James of feet doctors, and he told me not to. That. Do you remember that? So I believe that's him. That La podiatrist might be the LeBron of foot doctors that Braun was talking about. So welcome in, La podiatrist. Dummy Fox should have dribbled out the clock. I had PTSD from last year's Nuggets-Wolves game when Christian Brown and Westbrook did the same thing. Yeah, Gary, I mean, look, some players, it happens in the NFL. it's always shocking to me when players don't understand time and situation, obviously.
Right.
And like we saw it when LeBron melted down on J.R. Smith, obviously.
Rightfully so.
Right.
Yes.
When he didn't know what the hell, he thought they were up, that was tied. But like I hear crazy stories all the time. Like in a football game, in an NFL game I was watching this past year, maybe the year before, it was an overtime game. And like the players after the game were like, oh, I didn't even know that you could end in a tie. Like, how do you not know that? You're an active NFL player. Right? Like, that's insane. Like, I just don't understand how some players just don't. Like, how do you not know? I mean, it's just, it's crazy, but you're right. Like, you're right. Fox should have just dribbled. Gary, you said it. And like 4 or 5 people said in the comments, like, yeah, like know time and situation, damn it. Like you're a professional player on the biggest of stages in your NBA, in the NBA finals. Like how could you possibly have these mental miscues down? It's just crazy.
That's why I celebrate guys like Drew Holiday, who are just really smart, really good. And like I said, I'm not so much concerned that they don't put up a lot of stats if they know what to do down the stretch. Because a point guard, your job is to facilitate the offense and elevate everyone. Your primary objective is not to score. It's to find the players in the best position to score. And if that is you, then by all means, take the shot. But Fox, too much of the time, complained about it all year. He shoots too much. Like he looks to score before passing. I even highlighted on one of my videos when he did that against Memphis. He had Julian Champagnie open for a 3-pointer, and yet he attacked the basket and got blocked, and they lost to Memphis. That was in like December or January, which is another reason I said I don't think they can win it, because Fox doesn't know how to elevate teammates. That's why, like Drew Holiday, he goes to the Bucks. Yes, of course, Giannis was MVP, but Drew Holiday helped. He was a big reason to put Giannis in position to succeed. Then the Celtics get rid of Marcus Smart, get Drew Holiday, and boom, they win it in 24 with Drew Holiday. You need your point guards to be smart. I don't care about scoring a lot of points. I just want you to know what you're doing down the stretch.
Fair. All fair points. Xavier Jagad is in next. Can the Spurs pull a 2016 Cavs? And would that make Wemby the GOAT like LeBron, LMAO, or more like more like that with less in LeBron's GOAT case? Yes, famously, look, 3-1 series comebacks in the NBA aren't impossible. I think it's about, I want to say it's like 3% or something, 3 or 4%. It's like 97, 96% win rate if you're up 3-1 at any point of the playoff series, first, second, third, or finals. If you go up 3-1, you win those series 96% of the time, says NBA history. I believe it's been done 14-ish times in league history. So it's not insurmountable. It's happened plenty of times before, but it's only happened one time ever in the NBA Finals. Of course, yes, famously, that was the 73-9 Golden State Warriors that blew a 3-1 series lead to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Cleveland, this is for you. Of course, the series that made LeBron the GOAT in his own delusional, ridiculous mind. So I don't know, Xavier. I'm saying there's a chance because the Spurs have been the better team in this series 3 out of the 4 games. They've just lost 2 of the 3 games that they should have won. So they certainly can win the next 3 games, but it's highly unlikely, I think, because the Knicks are, 14-3 now in the playoffs, but they're 14-3, but they've only lost 1 game in like 50 days. So I don't think they're going to go from losing 1 game in 50 days to losing 3 consecutive games at this point. So it's highly unlikely, but not impossible. The Spurs absolutely can do it. And they do have the benefit of being, look, when the Cavs did it, they had to win 2 on the road. Like the Cavs, Like they had to win game 5 on the road, then game 7. Like the Spurs only have to win one more road game to do it. So, the Spurs will get the benefit of 5 and 7 now. So like it's easier to overcome 3-1. It's way easier if you're the upper seed. So like it will be easier at this point for the Spurs to do it than the Cavs, I think. Connor Akers 668. What's up, Connor? Welcome back. And prediction: Game 5 will draw 40 million viewers. Yo, the viewership on this final series is bananas, Gary. I don't know if you've been following this at all. One of these games got 24 million views. Like that, Gary, that is the most since the 38 mil that 1998's Game 6 got when Michael Jeffrey Jordan hit his game-winning shot over Russell for his 6th championship. That game drew 38 mil. This is the highest rated game since. Like the viewership had plummeted. Like during the Kobe era, those final series were still getting like 17, 18, 19 million views. And then like precipitously declined over the LeBron era to the point where LeBron's 2020 bubble ring got 7 million views on average. 7. The last couple, like the last 4 or 5 have all been less than 10 million views. That is heinous ass for the NBA finals. Less than 10 million views per game. And now this one, the most viewed finals since 98, a 20 mil average right now, which is crazy. Like LeBron James destroys the NBA. And now when he's finally got 1 foot out of the league, now you get the Knicks in, who's a big draw, and Wemby. And now they're already repairing the league. It's already happening before our very eyes. So thank you, New York, and your massive fan base. And thank you, Wemby. And you're right. I think Game 5 will have a massive. You know what will have a bigger draw, Connor? The Spurs win Game 5, and then the series goes back to New York for Game 6 for a potential closeout. That game will probably have 40 million viewers. And if it goes to a Game 7, that game might be more watched than Jordan's final in 98, possibly. All right, Jay, what's up, brother? My fellow namesake, Jay Savage, 82.95. So this the guy better than Jokic, LOL. Yeah, Wemby is not having a series to remember, that's for sure. 9 of 25 for 24 points tonight and jacking those threes all second half. Yeah, not a good look. The whole series not really good. Wemby was terrific, I thought, in the second half of Game 2. He was terrific in Game 3. He was lousy in Game 1, and he was lousy tonight. So a bit of a mixed bag, but still nonetheless, you could say kind of on him this where they're at. Like they should at least be 2-2 at least, and he's going to wear that. But again, I think, look, Jay, he is ultimately only 22, and he is still, I mean, his averages are still crazy in this series and on this playoff run. I'm not going to, like I said, I haven't been burying the kid to this point, and I'm not going to start now. Karthik Shankar 1, who I believe began, who started off our comment section tonight, comes back in. Thank you, Karthik. Spurs about to pay Fox 50 mil next season, LMAO. I don't want to make Gary even more angry about Fox because I know he's not feeling him some Fox, but oh gosh, Gary, you don't want to hear
4 years. This is why I told you when they signed him, I didn't like that because I didn't like it's too expensive. He's going to be making over 50. He's going to be making like increase. It's 50 million, and it's like 52 and 56 and then like 60 over the next 4 years. Obviously, they're going to have to get rid of him because he'll be 32 by that time. But
Gary, I hate that I just gave people that ridiculous looking facial expression to freeze frame me and screen grab that and put me on.
Well, that was your reaction. That was an authentic reaction, and I agree with it.
It was because I was looking at the books for the Spurs while you were reciting it, and you're exactly right. Next year, it's 50. In 2028, it's 54. In 2029, it's 58. And in 30, it's 61. 61 mil. For De'Aaron Fox would be like 32 or 33 at that point. So, ouchies. That is a bad, that contract is, Karthik, dare I say, us. That is a bad-ass looking contract for sure. You know they're regretting that one, especially with the emergence of Harper. Like, he's not, Fox really shouldn't even be a starter, quite frankly. They got to trade him. They got to find a way to trade that. Like, I mean, I would rather probably have, well, Champagne's way overpaid too, quite frankly. I mean, his contract is outrageous looking, Champagne at this point. Like, he is making, oh, I'm sorry, not Champagne, Penny, Vassell. And I don't necessarily, look, Vassell at like 25, 26 isn't terrible. Champagne's actually only $3 million next year and a team option. So that's actually
he's good.
Tremendous value. Yeah. But I think, Gary, I would rather have Champagne and Vassell on the floor with Harper and Stephon Castle and Wemby. So like, or you get the 4, obviously, that you've been talking about, whatever. You get the 4 and slide Vassell or Champagne, probably Champagne to the bench. And then I would want Fox on the bench too at this point. But how do you pay a guy $50 to $61 million for the next 4 years to come off the bench? Pretty tough to navigate that. So I feel like they got to trade that ultimately.
I think that he's going to be available for the expansion draft. So maybe he'll get scooped up by one of the expansion teams. Maybe. I don't know. They probably want to draft young, but there's going to be a lot of veterans that are going to be available to get scooped up. So
I mean, because he's not a deterrent on defense, but he's certainly not a good defender or
he's
like
a deterrent on offense.
He's not like an upper echelon defender. So that weakens their overall team because most of their guys are dogs defensively. Like, I like Vassell on defense. I love Castle on defense. Obviously, Wemby is what he is. And then Harper has been elite defensively too. Like, they got a lot of good defenders. Like Fox is one guy that you could hunt on that team too. So like, it's just not good. Like, all the way around that they got to find a way away from that contract for sure.
And Carter Bryant as well.
Yeah, exactly. You want to get him more minutes probably moving forward. Will N 8664 back in. Speaking of Star Wars, Wemby really acting like Anakin episode 3 arc. You were the chosen one. It was said that you would destroy the NBA script, not join them. Yes, only a Sith deals in absolutes. Wemby has kind of gone, for whatever reason, from hero to villain. Look, as Harvey Dent said in The Dark Knight, we're just going all over the movie landscape here. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. Like, Wembanyama and the Spurs were the golden children for the last like 2.5 weeks as the whole planet was rooting for them against the Thunder. Now they have taken on a lot of Spurs-like tendencies over this, and now they have become the villains now on this final stage. So, yes, you're right, Will, and that's another good comp is the Anakin arc of episode 3, the Revenge of the Sith, or whatever that episode was called. Jay Savage 8295 back in. The NBA tried their best to help the Spurs win. Yeah, look, the NBA, wants a game 7, and they're going to at least get a game 6, I think. I think the Spurs will definitely win game 5, and then the Knicks, I think, will wrap it in game 6, but they had better, because if not, it's going to be tough to win that game 7 in San Antonio. But the NBA is here for it. As many games as they could get in terms of extension of this series, they'll take. Bandit DLL, I believe that is. What's up, Bandit? And welcome into you. J.R. Smith thanks Fox for dumbest basketball decision. Yeah, we've been comparing those two. That it is comparable, quite frankly. So, yes, the Knicks, De'Aaron Fox will drink for free in the city of New York for the rest of time if the New York Knicks close this thing out, Gary.
And to your point, at least when J.R. Smith did that didn't cost him the series, because they weren't going to win the series anyways.
Right.
This, on the other hand, may have possibly cost him the series, along with Wemby's blunder at the end of game 2, hitting
Yep.
Castle in the back. Both of those plays, potential finals winning costs there.
Absolutely. All right, we've got the real Donald Trump 646 in. Speaking of getting let off the hook, man, the Don was taking it on the chin the last 48 hours for his appearance in the Garden for game 3. A lot of people blaming him for the bad mojo. Obviously, the Knicks losing their first game in like 50 days, but they're back in the win column right now, up 3-1. So the real Donald Trump 646, who joins us from Canada, of course, right now, is obviously happy about the outcome tonight. Gary, what does Mr. President have to say? Question or comment here?
2023 March. Good friends Skip Bayless, Nick Wright, and Skap walk into a bar. Skip Bayless walks out with the most phone numbers. Skap's performance that night was almost as bad as the Spurs tonight.
Well, Mr. President, the only reason Skip Bayless or Nick Wright would walk away with more phone numbers than me in that scenario is come on, guys, is because I simply wasn't trying, which I wouldn't have been, because in March of 2023, look, guys, I was a happily married man, so I would not be trying to accrue the phone numbers in the bar. If I was, though, come on. Skip Bayless and Nick Wright versus me. Me? Come on. I almost had a Jimmy Butler moment. Tobias Harris over me? Skip Bayless over me? Come on, real Donald Trump. Surely you jest. BPM 5293 up next. Best comeback. Knicks second half tonight. Urkel coming in down 18 with less than 7 to go. Or Teen Wolf cooking the Cadets. Oh man, that's tough. That's tough. I gotta go with Teen Wolf cooking the Cadets. Are you kidding me? Teen Wolf, who got terrific movie. Speaking of my wife, she refuses to watch it. One of my favorite workout songs of all time, Win in the End. The song that is playing over the final game, where like the Wolf, Michael J. Fox, if you guys haven't seen it, spoiler alert, it's a mid-'80s kind of B movie starring Michael J. Fox. It's an absolute ridiculous premise. Like I might have some younger people in here who might not know this movie. Basically, Michael J. Fox is like a teenage high school student who turns into a werewolf that is great at basketball. So his high school basketball team stinks. And as soon as he becomes the Wolf, he's like Michael Jordan, and they're unbeatable. And then they get into like whatever, probably the state championship game or whatever the equivalent is. And he decides, for whatever reason, after getting there the whole way as the Wolf, he decides to not be the Wolf in the final game against his their school's biggest rival and his biggest personal rival or whatever. And they still win the game. And during the game, where they're down big and they're down the massive deficit, and they come back down the stretch, and the song that's playing, Win in the End, is incredible. It goes right up there to me with 80s hits and workout classics such as You're the Best Around at the end of the first Karate Kid film, and one of my all-time favorites, No Easy Way Out, in the Rocky IV soundtrack. To me, guys, Rocky IV, hands down, the greatest soundtrack for workouts of all time. Go watch, if you guys want to get juiced for a workout, just go watch the little montage in Rocky IV when No Easy Way Out is playing. It's absolutely incredible. And then there's 2 montages in that movie. It's a movie so good and so just spiked with testosterone. There's 2 elite montages. The one where he's training in wherever, Russia, so like the Russian mountains in the snow. You've got Drago training in like NASA or some shit and juicing up with steroids. And then Sly Stallone is like dragging logs and shit through feet of snow, doing like sit-ups, dangling over a fire, and like lifting a wagon with people with like 4 or 5 people in it. Which, if you know the scene, Stallone tears some like thing in his heart actually doing those military pressers with Gary. You know the scene I'm talking about when like 4 people are sitting in the wagon and he's like doing. Stallone actually like nearly critically injured himself during that scene. Anyway, guys, check it out. Man, I really got off track there, Gary, on that. Because of course BPM had to mention Teen Wolf with that incredible song. Gary, do you know the song Win in the End? Obviously, you know Teen Wolf, right? Have you seen Teen Wolf, Gary? Don't tell me you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I saw it when I was a kid, but I haven't watched it since. I didn't watch any of the sequels. I thought it was an okay movie when I watched it. Wasn't a big fan, but I didn't hate it either. I just watched it. I don't really remember much about it.
You know, I don't want to get even further off track here, but I'm just going to, because what does it matter at this point? Like, I'm never going to go to sleep tonight anyway. There is a famous moment at the end of that movie, Teen Wolf. I'm sure they've wiped it out from existence in like digital copies now. But if you had an original copy of Teen Wolf on VHS from the 80s, because you know, there's extras in movies, Gary, for like scenes of like sports events,
Right.
whatever. You got extras like sitting, like people that just come off the street for like $100 for like a 15-hour day to sit in the stands and cheer and shit whenever they tell you to cheer and stuff. One of the extras, Gary, hung dong at the end of that. So this dude in the bleachers pulled his dong out and it's just hanging there, and they didn't see it in the final theatrical cut. It made it into theaters and on the final VHS cut. So that is famous lore surrounding that film, Teen Wolf. But I'm sure, again, they've probably dusted that out in digital copies moving forward, and any of the subsequent on-demand copies of the film as well. It's no longer in there, but it was on the final packaged VHS. So if you didn't know, guys, now you know. There's a little movie trivia for you. You get a little bit of everything here, guys, in Skap Live After Dark. So that's why, of course, hopefully you have all subscribed. The 825 that is still with us here at the 2.5 hour mark are all avid subscribers now to Skap Live After Dark. Anyway, Stump 4522. Well, I know Stump is a subscriber for sure with notifications turned on. Again, he will say Knicks in 6. Close one. Spurs choke this one. No doubt. Stump 4522. The answer is yes. Epic comeback, epic choke job. A little bit of both. The Incorruptible is back in again with this avatar, which just cracks me up every single time. If they can beat OKC, they can seal. If they can beat OKC, they can seal 29-point games. 100% agreed. If they can beat OKC 4 times out of 7, including pretty dominant Game 7 performance. Like, they were in command, basically. It wasn't like a huge lead, but they were basically in control most of that Game 7. If they can do that, yes, they should be able to close a 29-point lead, even in a hostile environment against a team of destiny, if you will. All right, we've got James Cav 81, who I know is a big Knicks fan. So welcome into you, James Cav 81. Shout out to you and congrats on your Knicks huge win tonight. Gary, what's the question or comment from James Cav tonight?
Stunner at MSG. Knicks are truly on a magical run. The Spurs got drunk on taking threes and some karma for Wemby taunting Robinson and what he did to Brunson last game.
Wemby. Yeah. And, oh, by the way, Wemby also picked up his 3rd flagrant foul in this game of the playoffs. It could have been 4 flagrants. He might have not. Maybe he would have avoided tonight's if he got the flagrant for the Brunson shove last game. He didn't, though. But still, he's got 3 flagrants now. A guy that's shown a proclivity for flagrants throughout the course of this postseason now at this point. And if he picks one more up, Gary, he is going to be triggering an automatic 1-game suspension in this series, which is insane that it's come to this. So he better look, I don't think like tonight's wasn't intentionally flagrant. Like he was just flailing his arm. And so like he might just get one of those that's not intentionally flagrant, but he just picks one up like by his arm, like he's just not controlling his arm properly or whatever. So like that's a concern now moving forward for the Spurs. Like even if they if they win next game, if Wemby picks up a flagrant, like it's a coronation in Madison Square Garden then in game 6.
Does he get ejected also, or just suspended the next game?
Suspended the following game.
Okay, so he would get to finish the game if he picks up a flag. Okay, because this one was an accident. He patted Cat on the back afterwards to apologize. Like the one against Naz Reid, that was actually intentional. Like you didn't initially think it was intentional. It was. He was tired of them holding him and pulling him. And he had to do something just to kind of be his own enforcer. See, your enforcer is supposed to go in there and pick up.
Right.
I figured it out. This is who we need to pick our power forward. Isaiah Stewart from Detroit.
There you
Let him go and pick up all the flagrant fouls.
That would work. Or Draymond. You could let
He's too small. We need someone bigger. He's too small.
Fair.
You know what? You know how I know? I actually looked him up yesterday to see. Because I wasn't sure how tall he was. He's only 6'6". He's 230. We need someone that's like 6'9", 250, 260.
Okay, I thought he was like 6'8", but wow, I didn't realize he is very small actually.
Yeah, he is.
Interesting. All right, we've got RXC DDCS. What's up, RX? Welcome into you. I appreciate it. I don't speak no French, Wembenyama. Knicks in 5. Choke on this. Not in Brunson's garden. Chokiyama. San Antonio blurs. Bust this. Wow. I am impressed with myself for not stumbling over any of those all capitals hashtags. Thank you, RX. I appreciate it. Keeping me on my toes at 2:30 a.m. here for me. And I'm still obviously fresh here at the 2 hour and 41 minute mark. But yes, I don't speak any French either, though I did have 3 years of French and 3 years of Spanish in my life in my undergraduate studies. And I can't really say a single sentence in either, though I mainly got all A's in those classes, may I point out. Stephanie, welcome back in. Thank you again for still being here. I know Stephanie's still here, unless she's fallen asleep at the TV or at her phone. I know she's still here. Harper and Wemby need to become a duo for the ages. They need to go Shaq and Kobe on it over the next 3 games. Or I guess you would have to say they've got to go Braun and Kyrie Irving on it over the next 3 games, since Shaq and Kobe were too dominant. They were never down 3-1, you know. But LeBron and Irving were down 3-1 in a final series against a 73-9 win team, and they did it. So anything is possible. Victor Wembanyama can maybe say, San Antonio, this one is for you at the end if they come back. So we'll see. I don't know. I won't be holding my breath for it though, Stephanie, but thank you for the continued support. And I'm with you. I love Harper. All right. We've got Fernando Sanson 1776. What's up, Fernando? Welcome in, my friend. Thank you very much. And thank you for this kind donation with no question or comment attached to it. I really appreciate you for being here and supporting us. Hopefully, if you had another question or comment, it's later on down the line. If not, oh, look, there's another one actually down the line with also nothing attached to it. Just another donation. So Fernando, thank you so much for your kind generosity and support of us here, Skap Live After Dark. We greatly appreciate it, obviously. The Last Prussian is in with this New York avatar. What's up, Last Prussian? Thank you so much. Welcome into you. I feel like outside teams always play up to the occasion of playing in the Mecca, and New York crumbles under the pressure. They definitely exercise the demons tonight. Exercise the demons. Yes, the New York Knicks are certainly doing that right before our very eyes. A team that hasn't won an NBA championship in 53 freaking years. and has only been there once since. They've only been there once in 53 years. And I don't think, Gary, they didn't win a single game in 99, right? They got swept by the Spurs. It was 5, a gentleman's sweep. Okay. All righty. So there you go. They've won one finals game in 53 years. So yeah, just an excruciating wait for them to be in this moment, to be this close. You can almost taste it, I'm sure. If you're a New York fan, most certainly. Last Prussian. BPM 5293 is in. OG tip is the best New York sports moment since May 7th, 2016. Bartolo Colon going yard for the Mets and taking about 35 minutes to round the bases. Yeah, I mean, Jesus. If that's your best New York sports moment in a decade, BPM, that just goes to show you how bleak it has been in New York for how long. This would be, I gotta think. I know the Knicks love their Yankees, but this has got to be, if they win this thing, this has got to be the biggest thing for New York in like at least 3 decades, I would think. I mean, what the Knicks win, Gary? 4 out of 5 in like the late 90s. I'm not the Knicks. The Yankees. The Yankees won 4 out of 5.
They won in 96, 98, 99, and 2000. So they won 4 in 5 years. And then they barely lost to Arizona in 2001 when Luis Gonzalez hit that game-winning single, which was so epic.
So yeah, 4 out of 5 for the Yanks in the late 90s. Obviously, got to rank highly for New York sports fans, but the Knicks winning the NBA championship after all these years got to be way up there. Got to be way up there. Samson the Current is in next. What's up, Samson? Shout out to you. Thank you so much for always being here for me. Braun can't even spell clutch. You're right. He can't. He puts a K on it. Good point. Next thing we've got RXCDDCS back. And what's up, RX? Please address the refs after the 1 minute and 8 second mark in quarter one. I honestly, look, first of all, the free throws did jump back. There was a lot made about the 24-8 run. Mike Brown was whining about it after the game, last game, that the Spurs outshot the Knicks 24-8 in free throws in the second half last game. Tonight, the free throw disparity went in the favor of the Knicks. They shot 28 compared to 20. So 8 more they shot. For the series, the Spurs had been averaging 7 more free throw attempts per game on average through 3. Tonight, the Spurs or the Knicks shot 8 more. But I really thought Karl Anthony Towns was going to have to massacre somebody to get a foul tonight. And that was not the case. He had played like 7 minutes by halftime. 7 minutes. I think he played 11 minutes by the end of the third quarter. So, and then when he got on the floor in the fourth, like, I mean, I think he made all the difference. His presence just being there. So, RX, I see what everybody's talking about with not the overall issues with the officiating, I don't think, but like I do. But hey, Karl Anthony Towns is that important. And for him to be saddled in foul trouble all 4 games now in a row, like it does seem a little suspicious. And the fact that I'm sure the NBA wants to get this to a game 7 if they can, with any way possible. Boo's got that beam. What's up, my friend? A regular, obviously. So thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. What if the Spurs somehow come back and win in 7? Well, again, thoughts and prayers to the city of New York and all of the suburbs and precincts and everything and surrounding them. They might want to just send in, forget about the National Guard or any kind of U.S. troops or anything. You might just want to call in the Avengers on whatever it is next Friday if the Knicks lose in Game 7. Like, we're gonna need go outside of the planet for the universe's greatest heroes in order to save Gotham City. God help the city of New York, because no one else will probably if they lose this series in 7. And in all seriousness, aside from that, I would feel really badly for Knicks fans at this point. The fact that they've waited this long and have come this close, for it to just to blow a 3-1 series lead after this insane all-time comeback, I just can't imagine the lows that they would feel in about 9 days time if they ultimately lose the next 3 games in a row. But let's not talk about that for Cusmo Jimbo, who is a lifelong big time New York Knicks fan. Gary, go ahead and read this one from Cuse Mode for me.
All this talk about the Knicks coming back and or Spurs choking is simply hiding the real reason why New York won. Wu-Tang Clan performed at halftime.
Is that right? Is that a fact? Gary, did you see that? Is that tonight? I don't know.
No, I was busy during halftime. I don't watch halftime stuff. I have other things I need to be doing.
Me neither. But I guess that was tonight. Of course, Charles Barkley this week, Gary, famously said that Cardi D performed at halftime as well. He joked that Cardi B had massive breasts hanging out during the halftime show. So he called her jokingly Cardi D's. Funny moment from the Chuckster, of course. No one does it better than him. But I did not see a Wu-Tang Clan. Gary, this probably will come as no surprise to anybody listening right now. I could not pick literally one song out of the catalog from the Wu-Tang Clan. Like you could give me a musical lineup, one of their songs surrounded by 2 other songs, and I would have 0% chance of getting that right. Or at the very least, knowing which song it was. Maybe I get lucky and I would have a 33% chance of picking it right. But I do know Wu-Tang Clan from one of my all-time favorite shows, The Chappelle Show. One of my all-time faves. So the Wu-Tang Clan and people from the Wu-Tang Clan were prominently featured throughout various skits on the Chappelle Show, including one of them was trying to diversify his portfolio, Bong Bong. So shout out to the Wu-Tang Clan and to Dave Chappelle as well, for that matter. Love that show and love his stand-up. Legendary stuff. All right, we've got Jeff Van 604 is in next. What's up, Jeff? Welcome into you. I appreciate it. Harper was the only one playing somewhat composed in the second half, and they stuck him in the corner. Mitch needs to go. Fox turnovers, bad shot, wastes clock. Yeah, I mean, Harper, it's crazy to say, but Harper was the best player on the floor tonight for the Spurs, and he's 20. He might be 21 now at this point, but I think he's still 20, honestly. It's crazy how composed, how good the kid is, what a net positive he is overall. They got it. They just got to play him the entire game. I'd play him again. I play him off. Maybe I'd give him like a minute. I'd give him like a minute off maybe in the first half and a minute off in the second half or something. And that would be about it. He played 46 for me even next game. You'd have to, if I'm Mitch Johnson, I'm going out with my best guy on the floor at this point. Rand Moss 45. What's up? Welcome in, Rand. Welcome back to the show, I should say. Another regular. I appreciate you. Have y'all ever seen a star of Wemby's caliber take this bad of an L in the finals? Game 2 and Game 4 are going to be pretty big stains on his legacy. Again, when was this sent? 112. It's 240. But we are catching up. Somewhat. We're kind of catching up. We still have a good amount left, but this was sent a while ago. So hopefully, Rand, you're still on. I've talked about this a couple times now over the course of the show in the last hour and a half since you sent this. I really want to say, look, the NBA has a long and storied history. Like the tragic Johnson stuff against the Celtics, like he outright choked that away. And he was older at that point. I mean, he had already won a championship. Magic won a championship when he was like 19. So those tragic Johnson misses were pretty bad. I mean, look, I'm just trying to think like LeBron in 2011, come on. Like LeBron in 2011 is the biggest collapse and the biggest stain on any all-time great player's resume ever, by far. It's not close. He was in his 8th season. He was a back-to-back league MVP at that point. He had 8 points in game. It was game 4. They were up 2-1. They were up like 9 in the 4th quarter, looking for a 3-1 series lead. LeBron played 45 minutes in that game and scored a total of 8 points. He had 0 clutch points in that entire series. That was the biggest pants-soiling moment for any all-time great in NBA history. And look, nobody even talks about that now. Like, other than, of course, me and everybody else who thinks LeBron is massively overrated. But the vast majority of people don't talk about that failure. And even, look, I'm a Kobe guy through and through. And Kobe had some bad moments in the finals. They lost in 2004. They lost. Now, yes, there were injuries. Karl Malone got hurt. They were very shallow as a team. Derek Fisher and every other player other than Kobe and Shaq played terribly, but Shaq and Kobe didn't play well either. Kobe Bryant with Shaquille O'Neal on his team lost 4-1 to the Detroit Pistons as a monstrous favorite. And then, look, Kobe had another bad look. So he went through 2004. Then they went through the rebuild. They missed the playoffs 1 year. He lost in the first round 2 years. He gets all the way back into the finals. And then what happens? They're up 22 points at home in game 4 to even the series. And that was the game where Paul Pierce shit his pants and got wheeled off the court. And I mean literally. I know I use the term soil yourself, take a dump, poo-poo streaming down your leg, shit your pants. I know I use those terms as a way to say you're playing poorly or choking. But no, I mean like Paul Pierce literally shit his pants in that game. And he needed to be wheelchaired off the floor. And the Lakers were up by 22 in the second half. It might have been bigger in the first half, but I vividly remember a 22-point second half lead in Staples Center. And they blew that game. And they went from it should have been 2-2 to 3-1. And then Kobe that went on in that series later in game 6 in Boston Garden in the closeout game to lose by 37 points after that game. Get that putrid game 4. So, like, the anything is possible game by Kevin Garnett. So, like, that was a pretty bad stretch by Kobe. Like, you lose to the Pistons in 2004. You then miss the playoffs in 2005. You're out in the first round in 2006, out in the first round in 2007, get back to the finals in 2008, and then you blow a 22-point lead to even the series and then lose by 37 in the elimination. And yet, what did Kobe do? Came back in epic fashion in the next 2 years and won 2 of the best, 2 of the most challenging, 2 of the hardest rings I've ever seen. And he did it in, obviously, historical fashion by leading the NBA playoffs in scoring and scoring over 600 points in both postseasons, leading the NBA playoffs, I think, in scoring by 200 points in both of those playoff runs. So an epic bounce back and performance by the second greatest player of all time, in my estimation, in Kobe Bryant. So lots of all-time great players. Look, many people have LeBron James as the best player of all time, or the best or second best. I have Kobe Bryant as the second best player of all time. Both of those guys, Rand Moss, I've just illustrated, had horrible moments in the NBA Finals, and yet I don't think LeBron really ever overcame his. Kobe, I sure think he did. And there's no reason to expect Victor Wembanyama is not going to do the same. He's only 22 years old. But yes, right now, yes, it looks terrible right now. But he's 22 years old in his third season. So he has a lot of time. Look, they say time heals all wounds. If he plays 14, 15 more years from this year and does what it looks like he can do, not a lot of people are going to be talking about this as a footnote at the end of the day for him. Skap's extra strong cologne is in next. Gary, can you confirm or deny? Am I am I looking like the Chappelle Show Prince in that? I can't see. Do you know what does the word say? Can you make it out on that avatar?
It looks like it says, "Hey, Gary wants some pancakes."
It is. I am then, in fact, dressed as the Chappelle Show. He has me dressed in the avatar as Prince, as when Chappelle is dressed as Prince in the true Hollywood. It's hilarious that I mentioned just a few minutes ago that I love the Chappelle Show, and this super chat was sent way before I mentioned that, but I'm a huge fan of the Chappelle Show. I love the Charlie Murphy True Hollywood Story skits. R.I.P. to Charlie Murphy. My favorite one is, yes, the one where they play Prince and his crew, the Revolution, and after the blouses, because Charlie Murphy, of course, says that Prince and the Revolution came out dressed in blouses and women's clothes to play them, and then they destroyed them. Prince and the Revolution destroyed Eddie, Charlie, and their crew. And after they beat their ass in that game of basketball at Prince's mansion, Prince then took them in and served them pancakes. And that is what the avatar reference is. Strong avatar tonight. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. Very strong. Josh Hart is the luckiest man on earth right now. Bingo. Like I said in my open, he would be living in some deserted tropical island right now, like looking like Tom Hanks in Castaway, talking to a basketball that he took with him for the rest of, he would be talking to Spalding instead of Wilson for the rest of his life. If OG-Wan Kenobi didn't save him with that tip-in, because my goodness, what a series of colossal meltdowns by him down the stretch. All right, next in we've got Zal Gratis 6269. What's up, Zal? And welcome into you. I appreciate it. Welcome back to you. LBJ seeing a choke going, Cleveland, this is for you. But I guess, look, if LBJ is seeing this choke, he's probably standing in front of a mirror right now saying, San Antonio, this one is for you. So that's probably, I would think, probably Victor Wembanyama is going to want his damn respect after this series as well, you would imagine. All right, we've got next up the real Donald Trump 1646 joining us yet again. Is this just a typo, Gary, or is this a name? Oh, Justin. I'm sorry. What is it? Who is this name? Winning would be more shocking. Who is Justin Gaethje?
He's a UFC fighter.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to. Justin Gaethje.
Justin Gaethje, maybe. The real Don. Look, I know you're a big fan of the UFC. I know you frequent those matches and sit front row typically for those. I don't know much about UFC. I used to like boxing when I was younger a lot. I used to watch back when the heavyweight circuit was awesome, like back in the 90s. I used to watch boxing a lot. I've fallen off since the heavyweight circuit stinks now. I've fallen off. And look, I've watched UFC before. I can't get it. It is just the brutality of that sport is just too much for me to handle sometimes. Like I watched the entire night of Rousey, Ronda Rousey, and I'm completely
Holly Holm.
No.
Gina Carano.
The actress. Yeah. Gina Carano. Because I had a huge crush on Carano back in the day. So I wanted to check her fight out. And it lasted all of like 10 seconds. Of course, Rousey got her in that armbar and it was over. But I watched the whole night, and there was one fight on there. I could barely watch it. It was the only fight that went more than one round. And the fighters' names are escaping me. But it was brutal. Like the guy was pouring blood from he got a gash open over his eye. He was pouring, there was blood all over him, all over his opponent. It was just barbaric. I simply I could barely watch. So I'm not a big UFC guy. I would probably get back into boxing if it ever became good again. But I'm not holding my breath for that. All right, we've got Anton Sarasola is up next. What's up, Anton? Welcome into you. Appreciate you being here, my friend. Gary, can you read this question or comment from Anton for us?
Anton, you are a little off base here. He says, in that particular situation, Fox gets criticized whether he holds the ball or drives. Tough spot to be in. Spurs still got Spurs in 7. Love your content. No, he would not have been criticized if he just ran the clock out because they had the lead in that moment. So he would definitely not have been criticized.
Yeah, no, I agree, Gary. You just gotta hold the ball at that point, 100%. But Anton, thank you very much. I appreciate you supporting me and the content. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. And hopefully for you, your Spurs come back and win in 7. If you are a Spurs fan, that might just be your prediction, maybe. But again, it would come at a great cost to one of the premier cities in the United States of America, obviously, because Gotham will be absolutely cooked. Batman wouldn't even be enough. You need the entire Avengers. Though I guess, look, I'm crossing comic book lines or comic book brands, obviously. If we're talking DC, I guess Batman would have to call in the entire Justice League to save Gotham City if the Knicks blow this 3-1 lead. Ruthless Raider 78 is in next. Do you blame Mitch for allowing Wemby, the human Twizzler, to camp at the 3-point line 75% of the time? Yeah, I mean, yes, he plays a factor. I think, look, basketball is like, there's a lot of basketball inherently is freelancing, and there's less structure and play calls to it and chess matching of it than like the other sports, let's say, like the NFL, for instance, where coaching is a massive importance to me. And like, even, look, I don't know too much about hockey, but even baseball, like there's a lot of strategic elements that go into baseball. But to me, like basketball is a lot of like reactionary flow stuff and just getting into like, transitional cross matches and stuff like that. So there's less structure inherently to basketball, but that doesn't have to be. Like, you can slow the game down. You could call more of a game. And I think, yes, like you have to run action to get Wemby closer to the basket. You just have to. You have to drill into him, bruh. Get the hell away from the 3-point line. Like, do whatever you have to do to get him as close to the basket as possible for his initiation stuff. I don't even like him as far out on the pinch post, like on the high elbow as he starts at. Like, Nikola Jokic is different because, first of all, he shoots like 40% from the 3-point line most of the time. He did in the playoffs, but for 2 years in a row in the regular season, he shot like 40%. And also, him and Murray generate a lot of action from those high pick and rolls. So that's a different story. But even with Jokic, even with him, sometimes I watch games and I'm like, what the fuck? What is going on here? Get this 6'11", 280-pound dude underneath the goddamn basket. Like, stop this. Like, why is every play initiating with him at like 22 feet out? So like, even with him, where like they do have so much success out of those high touches from him, like I still get aggravated and annoyed. Look, if it's working, fine. Like, keep it going. But like when things are slipping away, like when your 29-point lead is down to like 12 or 13, the time is now to stop shooting threes and go drive your 7'7" ass into the basket and get some free throws. Though he even missed those tonight. And again, 86% in the playoffs to this point. But yes, Ruthless Raider, I do blame Mitch. But remember, the team's not just young. He is. He's 39 years old. He's younger than I am. And this is his first full year as a coach. So look, I think we're seeing some youthful inexperience as well on his behalf. All right, we've got Xavier DeGod is back in. Welcome back in, Xavier. I appreciate it. Gary, go ahead and read this latest question or comment from Xavier for us, if you don't mind.
Skap and Gary, which NBA franchise team do you guys think had the most ruthless fan base? Lakers, Knicks, Sixers, Celtics, Pistons, or some other team?
Do you want to answer that one first, Gary? Do you have a thought on that?
I'd say the Knicks. I mean, especially attacking fans outside the stadium. Probably Sixers, probably close behind.
Yeah, I lived in Philadelphia for like 5 years, and I go back there often. So I think I would probably say the Sixers. Like that, just because not only are they ruthless, and not only will they attack you in the streets too. Like I gotta be honest, like when I lived in Philly, I had like a semi season ticket package. Like I didn't have all 41 games, but I had like a package every year where like I could pick 15 games. And I always put the Lakers. Like the one game that Kobe went, I always had that game, of course. And the first time I went to see Kobe play, I wore just neutrals. Like I had like a black shirt on and a black jacket, like a black leather jacket or something like that. Like there's no way. I went by myself, and there was no way I was going into that building with an opposing jersey. But look, Kobe obviously was born he was born in Philly, raised in Italy, came back and played his high school ball in Philly. I think he lived in Philly till he was 2 or 3. Then Joe Jellybean Bryant, his father, and Pamela Bryant, his mother, took him overseas to Italy. And then he returned when he was like 13 or 14 to play at Lower Merion High School. So like Kobe was still, even though they booed him in the All-Star game back in whatever, like 2000, whichever, early 2000 year that he won the MVP there in Philly, they booed him because of he played for the Lakers and they beat the Sixers a few years before that in the finals. But when I went to the first game in Philly to see Kobe play, like 50% of the arena were in Kobe Bryant jerseys. So like thereafter that first game, I had no fear in wearing Kobe jerseys. But overall, like Gary, try wearing a Knicks jersey or like a New York jersey in Philly. Like they would get the same treatment basically that these Spurs fans are getting in New York. And Philly is very ruthless, as are the Knicks, on their own teams. Like they are Philly are notoriously critical of their own teams and stuff. So like I would probably say I would reverse it. What you said Knicks with Knicks with Sixers a close second. I would say Sixers with Knicks a close second. But good question, Xavier. All right, Ruthless Raider back in. Was De'Aaron Fox the real MVP for New York? No, there were too many other goats, not the good goat, the bad goat, for New York, for San Antonio tonight. You can't just specifically and solely blame De'Aaron Fox. When you blow a 29-point lead and a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter, still, it really is a team effort of choke for sure. All right, Cusmo Jimbo is back in, and he wants to know, which is the greatest sports comeback? 1, Bills Oilers 1993. That was, I believe, like a 34-point comeback, maybe 33, maybe 35. It was
35-3. I actually watched that game.
Okay, 35-3. So a 32-point comeback, which, Gary, there was a massive comeback a few years ago. Jaguars over Chargers, right. Yeah, they were up.
God, I don't think it was like that big. It wasn't that big. It wasn't as big as these.
Knicks, Spurs 2026, Patriots, Falcons 2017. Others I'm missing, feel free to add.
It's Patriots and Falcons, I think, because that was like, there wasn't even that much time left in the third quarter. That was like 15 minutes. I want to say it was 28-3 with like 3 or 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, something like that.
Gary, I believe, and we're on the same page, because before you mentioned that, or before you said it, I was already thinking I was leaning in the Patriots Falcons direction, because it was, I believe the exact time stamp was 3:18. So it was 28-3 with 3 minutes and 18 seconds remaining in the third quarter. So we're talking 18 game minutes in the NFL, and you're down by 25 points. That is impossible. And the fact that it was in a Super Bowl, and Matt Ryan was the league MVP that season. Like, That is impossible. Like that is probably got to be, to me, the biggest comeback I've ever seen. That off the top of my head. But I will, Cusmo Jimbo, I will, this is in the neighborhood. I will forever, for the rest of my life, as someone who has seen virtually every NBA playoff game since like the mid 90s, I will forever remember this game. Till I draw my last breath. I will forever remember the time the Spurs choked or the Knicks came back, whatever way you want to define it. The 29-point comeback. Just a crazy comeback. Ruthless Raider 78 is back in. Didn't Le Surging Turd sign DeCarron Fox to unclutch? Ooh, that would be bad, Gary. That would be like
yeah, he's with Clutch.
Is he really? Okay, I won't even check it. Okay.
So now we've learned.
I guess that's why. I guess we know why he choked up, because it is unclutch sports. So yeah, Ruthless Raider. Good point there. I didn't even know that. King D, though, shout out to Rich Paul for just fleecing the Spurs on a contract, though. See, I think Rich Paul is an inept agent, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to re-examine that take. The fact that De'Aaron Fox is owed $260 million right now would indicate otherwise. All right, we've got King Deezy, though, is in next. What's up, King? If the Spurs trade Fox this offseason, how do you feel about Jabari Smith Jr. on the Spurs? Feel they need more size? Yo, first I'm gonna let Gary answer this one primarily, but keep your paws off of Jabari Smith Jr. because that's a guy I'm eyeing for my Denver Nuggets. But Gary, how do you feel about Jabari Smith Jr.? I love him. I'm a big fan. I would love him on the Nuggets.
To be honest with you, I'm not even sure who's he play for.
Let me just get his size for you, Gary.
Yeah, because I'm.
He's on the Rockets, by the way. He's on Houston. He's very young.
Why would the Rockets give him up? See, that's why I'm not even thinking about it, because he's not even on the
6'11", 220, Gary. 6'11", 220.
That's too small. We need a big guy. We need a forward, because he's talking about if the Spurs trade Fox, Jabari Smith's not a point guard. So that we need to fill our roster. We need a power forward.
Though. He's a power forward. He plays power forward. Jabari does.
But he's 220. We need someone bigger. We've already got a string bean big man. We need some girth to this dude. Like we need a guys like 6'9", 250, like Morez Johnson Jr. from Michigan. That's who I want. Even though it looks like OKC may take him. We need a bigger young power forward. I'm not worried about, because if we got Jabari Smith Jr., we'd have to pay him a lot. We'd want to draft a young guy who's bigger than that and who will be on a rookie deal. We're not going to be able to trade Fox. So there's, as much as I would love to, no one's going to take Fox for $50-something million, especially after this. Maybe had Fox been clutch in these finals, then maybe we could unleash him to another team. Yeah, Fox is untradeable, King Deezy, unfortunately. And Jabari Smith Jr. will cost too much. Plus, the Rockets don't want to get rid of him, I'm sure. We're going to draft a young power forward this year.
That's a good answer, Gary, because, again, keep your mitts off of my Jabari Smith Jr. I've been eyeballing him for a while for my Nuggets, because I don't care how thin he is. He's freakishly athletic, long. He scored 16 points per game this year to go along with being an elite defender. So, yes, please. Houston, you need another scorer? Is that right? You need a point guard? You need a true point guard and another scorer? Maybe can I interest you, anybody, in Jamal Murray? How about a Jamal Murray for Jabari Smith Jr., Steven Adams, and, I don't know. Just throw me anybody. Throw me, actually, you know what? You don't need your injured point, Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet, who's older now. He's, I don't know, probably in his, it's not that old, 31, but he's coming off that knee injury. So they don't really need Fred if we send Jamal. So, yeah, how about Fred VanVleet, Jabari Smith, and Steven Adams? Look, you get Jokic with a rim protector and Steven Adams. Then you've got a nice little floor general to replace Jamal, and a bit of a downgrade there, but Van Vliet, whatever. And then you've got a athletic specimen in Jabari Smith. Who says no? Who says no to that trade? Damn it! I want that threesome for Jamal Murray. A little Rockets and Nuggets trade. I'm trying to think of how I could get in touch with Josh Kroenke. I'm going to get him the note on that. In fact, Josh, if you're watching right now, I am available. You don't even have to give me a salary. I will just come in as a consultant, an unpaid consultant, and work on finalizing that trade for you. Since I know your inept ass isn't going to be able to do it with the other scrubs you have surrounding you in that front office. Xavier to God says Johnny Arnett did 1 Carmelo fan versus 10 Melo haters. I know. He did Johnny Arnett, who I don't want to disclose where he's from, obviously. I know where he lives, but I will not say because I don't know if he wants me to say. But he made the long trek to New York just as I did. I live in Florida. I made the trek from Florida to New York 2 times to do that House of Highlights collab. And Johnny did as well from where he flew in as well to New York to do the Carmelo fan versus Melo haters. So that's right. And I watched those videos. So yeah, shout out again to Johnny Arnett. Next in, we've got Dojo M1S. What's up, Dojo? Welcome into you. Thank you for your very generous donation. I appreciate you, my friend. And I appreciate you being a Kobe advocate. Gary, what's the remainder of this question or comment from Dojo?
Skap, fellow Kobe advocate here. I appreciate your work. You're absolutely correct in your estimations. I have a couple of dope Kobe holographic posters. It would be an honor to send you one to add to your setup.
Well, did I just hear that I'm getting more stuff, Gary? Did I just hear that I'm getting more things? Because I just got a couple of these beautiful from Drip Show is the name. I just got a couple of these. Did I hear some more free things? Let me see this again. You're absolutely correct in your estimations. I have a couple of dope Kobe holographic posters. It would be an honor to send you one to add to your setup. Dojo, it would be my honor. That sounds fantastic. I am going to widen my shot, and I want to change some of these things out. So that would be terrific. I would be honored if you would do that. Go ahead and shoot me an email. If you can find my email, you just go to YouTube, and I'll just put it in the comments real quick. If you're still on Dojo, I am writing it in the comment section. That is my personal email right there, j.skapanak@gmail.com. It is, you can find it. Anybody can find that email anytime if you just go to my YouTube page and look up the info about the channel, and that email is available. So everyone send a girthy email. Clutch Sports Agent. Rich, is this you? Rich Paul sent me an email to that Addy offering me $25 million. Rich, if this is you, Clutch Sports Agent, I've been waiting diligently for that 12 and a hook wire, that 12.5 milli wire that we were talking about, half now, half upon delivery of the video. So I'm still waiting, Clutch Agent. So get at me. But yes, Dojo, that's the email. Shoot me an email. I'll shoot you the address. And thank you very much. I will make sure I've got all of this great Kobe stuff for this bigger studio setting or shot that I'm fantasizing about right now. Stephanie, welcome back in. Stephanie is all over and hopefully still here. 2:13, we're catching up. We're only an hour behind on these super chats now. Stephanie, welcome back to you. Let's not forget Harper was 19 just 4 months ago. And Skap, my surname is pronounced Kazado. That's not that hard at all. Kazado. I think hopefully I'm saying that right.
Kazado.
Say it again.
Faux Kazado. You forgot the FO.
Oh, Faux Casado. Okay. Still not that hard. Faux Casado. Yeah, not that bad at all. So Stephanie Faux Casado. Put it all together quickly. I guess it looks more threatening than it is. Just like my last name looks crazy. You guys just saw my last name in that email. But if you break it down, it's SKAP Skap INNACX. Skapanak. Not that hard. It just looks ridiculous. But Stephanie, thank you for letting us know. And again, thank you for being here. And shout out to your ancestral tree, Italy to Brazil. Wow, that is quite a background you have. So thank you for clarifying that, and thank you so much for being here and for again helping to expand my female audience. It is an honor. Maybe I'll break the 5% mark. Maybe I'm working my way more towards that 6% region. And yes, let's not forget Dylan Harper, absolute stud that he is, just a teenager 4 months ago, and now doing huge things on the biggest stage in the NBA. Definitely does remind me, Stephanie, of the KOBE show. You're right about that. Rand Moss, 45, is back in. LaProcess Gary should be terminated for having never watched Star Wars. Also, Lazesti Skap, would you have a better opinion of the prequels if Tom Cruise was cast as Obi-Wan? Tom Cruise as Anakin, maybe. First of all, I will take that, Lazesti Skap. I don't think zesty is that much of a criticism, quite frankly. I guess it's meant to be, but I don't think that it is. Anyway, yes, Gary has never seen any of the Star Wars, which to me is wild. I know he's not like a huge sci-fi fan necessarily, or just never had the urge to watch those movies. But like, for instance, I always talk about, I don't like mafia things. So like The Godfather isn't my kind of movie. Like I don't like that trilogy. I've seen it twice just because it's a legendary set of trilogy. So I had to see it, but whatever. Some people haven't. There are some movies that you wouldn't believe that I haven't seen. But yes, Gary has not seen Star Wars. For me, Rand Moss, huge fan of the original trilogy. One of my 10 favorite movies ever is Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. It is as close to a perfect sci-fi movie as you can get. I've been on record as saying that Terminator 2 Judgment Day is probably the greatest sci-fi film, but Empire is very close. I mean, Empire is a flawless film to me. I must admit, in my older age, if I remove the nostalgia goggles, the other two aren't great. The other two originals. Return of the Jedi was always my favorite growing up. But when you become an adult and you realize what a good movie is, Empire becomes your favorite. That's just the way it goes. And those are basically Empire, Jedi, and probably Rogue One are literally the only good Star Wars movies there are. I haven't even seen Episode 9 yet because the other three that came out, 7 and 9, were such heinous trash, beginning with The Force Awakens, garbage. And then I got tricked because the trailer to the second one, whatever the name is, I don't even care. I got tricked into seeing that second one because the trailer looked so good. Ass. So then I decided, not only am I not going to see the 9th installment in theaters, I'm never going to see it. So I never saw that. I never saw that piece of poo-poo Han Solo movie either, and I won't see that. But Rogue One is probably the best Star Wars movie since 1983 when Jedi came out. But anyway, not much would have saved the early 2000 trilogy, beginning with Jar Jar Binks in The Phantom Menace. Though I will say, the final sequence in The Phantom Menace was dope. When you had Qui-Gon Jinn, played by, of course, Liam Neeson. That was basically, Liam Neeson was like a dramatic actor for like 55 years or whatever. And then out of nowhere, He plays Qui-Gon Jinn in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. And from there, he went on this string of insane action movie runs where he's still in action movies and he's like 70-something years old. Anyway, yes, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi battle Darth Maul with that double red lightsaber, which is dope as hell. That final action sequence where they're like fighting him along that corridor is an awesome sequence. But other than that, those three, 1, 2, and 3 stink. And no, nothing was going to save that film, not even Tom Cruise. But Thomas Cruise Maypother IV doesn't do those kinds of ensemble cast, big franchises. Tom Cruise is the franchise. Like, he created his own franchise around himself, and that's the only franchise he's ever been in. Yeah, those movies stink, Rand Moss. Sorry, man. Gary, I've really gotten off topic here tonight, I'll tell you. All right. Dojo M1S is in again, I should say. Welcome back in, Dojo. Watching a Madison Square Garden game through NBA on NBC is the definitive NBA watch throughout the decades. I mean, you gotta love the NBA on NBC, right? Like, I remember it just because as a NBA fan in the 90s, obviously growing up watching the Jordan Bulls and that killer piano solo, that intro for which that guy is still floating around, by the way. He played that live, I think, sometime this year before one of the first games there. So or maybe it was the All-Star game he played in. Anyway, banger. That piano solo, that yeah, absolute banger. So yeah, NBA back on NBC where it was always meant to be. Dojo, I'm with you on that. Oh, looky who we have here. Stefan Piscano is in, of course. I knew he would be because, well, he typically always is. Great friend to me, great friend to the show. I appreciate the friendship, and I, of course, very much appreciate the support here on this channel and in these shows. Shout out to Vacation Wealth Partners. And actually, Stefan and I actually appeared as a guest on Stefan Piscano's podcast. As you can see, his handle there is Stefan Piscano Podcast. I appeared on his show as a guest like last year sometime. I will be back. I am making my return. I believe we scheduled Friday around 2 p. Eastern or 2 p. Western, so 5 p.m. my time Eastern. So I will be back on, but Stefan, welcome into you, my friend. And thank you very much. Gary, what is his question or comment?
Skip Bayless would be offering them all $1.5 million for their numbers, though. LOL. Sorry, had to do it.
I'm not sure because he sent this 1 hour ago. I might be
talking about who would get the numbers. Remember, someone said Skip Bayless would get the numbers.
Oh, right.
So he's saying Skip would have to pay to get the numbers.
Now, Skip is a happily married man too, allegedly. To what?
No,
Ernestine?
he is.
Ernestine is her name.
Like, he loves his wife, man. They're crazy together. She puts up with him. She tolerates. Right. She's probably the only woman on earth who could.
Right. So quite frankly, look, whoever sent that message about Skap, Nick Wright, and Skip Bayless walking into a bar, carousing for tail, doing an Urban Meyer, the ball coach. No, that's not any of us. Nick Wright, look, say what you will about him. He is a terrible journalist. His takes are putrid, but he is happily married as well. From what I understand, yes. A very good father and family man. He's my age and he has a grandkid, I'm pretty sure. And obviously Skip is very, Ernestine is well repudiated. Skip always mentions her and stuff very, very prominently. Of course, I mention my wife a lot of the time too. So none of us would probably be looking for numbers. In fact, if Skip, Nick Wright, and me were in a bar, we would probably just be screaming at each other while arguing on various sports takes. We wouldn't even be able to acknowledge any females in the room, quite frankly. All right, we've got Dojo M1S is back in. What's up, Dojo? Welcome back in. Thank you very much for your continued generosity here and support for us. I appreciate you very much. The Knicks have come back in several games in this fashion in these playoffs. The last couple of sessions or seasons, this team is a team of destiny, 100%. A team magical. It's just a magical run, and they are undeniably a team of destiny. Like I said, I don't think they can lose at this point. Like, I think they will lose on Tuesday. No. Tuesday? No, Saturday. Saturday. I think they will lose on Saturday and then get back to a game 6 on Tuesday in the Garden, where I think they will ultimately win. But look, the Spurs better bring it, because the Knicks, I think that could be a good trap. That might be a trap game for the Spurs. They're probably, obviously, they're shell-shocked right now. You want to think like, oh, the Knicks are maybe overlooking it, maybe just looking ahead to that game, that safety net game 6 at home on Tuesday. That would be a mistake, obviously, if the Spurs have to come out and play with the desperation that they should be playing with, that they need to win 3 straight games and they can't afford a single loss. So, and we'll see. I think the Spurs, look, they just let really 2 games really get away. So I feel like they will come out. They will be locked in. They will be focused. And I think they will win that game ultimately on Saturday. But go ahead, Gary.
We're talking about chokes. How do we forget about what Reggie Miller did to the Knicks in that 94 comeback? We're down 20-25 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and it was, what was it? Was it they were down 7 with like 9 seconds or something?
That was another game. That was the next year.
Okay.
Reggie Miller scored 8 points in 16 seconds. Oh, yeah, something crazy like that. Because
that one was the one where he did the choke.
No, that was 94. Was the one when he scored like 25 in the fourth quarter. Yeah, so I forgot about those choke jobs. So there's been a lot of choking at the Garden, but this time, fortunately for the Knicks, it went in their favor for once.
Right. All right, we've got Ruthless Raider 78 back. So in Teen Wolf, somebody had their cranked. So in Teen Wolf, somebody had their crank dangling. Yes. And it wasn't Toby in Houston this time. I could assure you. It was some extra, some legendary extra who lives on in infamy in the VHS cut. But it was not, but again, I do not go on and try to find it on any of these streaming applications or whatever on DVD. I'm sure it has since been dusted out, but yes, that legitimately happened in the original Teen Wolf, and somebody missed it on the cutting room floor and it made it into theaters and on the VHS cut. We've got Coog Truckin' is in next. What's up? Welcome into you. Thanks for being here. What is Mitch Johnson's game plan? That's a great question. I can't tell. Like, just let Wembanyama float around at the 3-point line all game seems to be his game plan, and play, limit Dylan Harper to about 32 minutes a night. We don't want to stress. We don't want to overly tax the 20-year-old and put him in for more than 32 minutes. So right now, seemingly Coog Truckin', that is Mitch Johnson's game plan. And never take timeouts ever to break any kind of a momentum run. So, yeah, I'm not sure, but he better revamp whatever his game plan is over the next 72 hours or whatever, 65 hours or whatever. We've got Iceman 2.0. That's right, Iceman. I am dangerous. OG1 Kenobi did what Charles Smith could not do for the Knicks on 6/2/93. Finished at the damn rim. Love it. Yes, that 93 game, obviously one that has lived on in infamy. That would have been whatever, 30 years after, or I guess 20 years, 93, 20 years after their previous championship. Now it's been a hell of a lot longer, Iceman 2.0. So welcome into you, my friend. Seems as if you are a big Knicks fan. So I don't want to congratulate you for the series yet, but congratulations on a historic comeback. Congratulations to you and your Knicks. We've got Peter Griffin 2002 is up next. What's up? What's up, Peter Griffin? Welcome. Here we go. A betting man. I put 100 plus 550 Knicks in 6 before the series, thinking Cat and Small Ball would put Wemby in a bad spot and tired. How do the Spurs fix that in Wemby's career? Well, look, I think, first of all, congratulations on that 100 bet, plus 550 on Knicks and 6. It's looking pretty tantalizingly close to you now at this point. I think, look, the Spurs, Gary has talked about it in excess to this point, and I agree with him that the Spurs are an incomplete, unfinished product right now. I think they've got some lineup tinkering to do down the road. And also, Victor Wembanyama is just going to get bigger, stronger, and better, and his game is going to expand. And I do not see these issues following Wemby throughout the remainder of his career. Maybe for the next year or two, but after that, I feel like Wembanyama within probably, look, he's 22 years old. By the time he's 25, I think you purely peak as an NBA player 25 to 32. To me, is your prime peak. And by the time Wemby hits his prime peak at 25 to 32, I think that more than likely he will be as close to a complete and perfect basketball player as maybe we have ever seen. So I honestly would not read in too much, be overly critically harsh on what you're seeing. Yes, you can denigrate and downplay Wemby for 2 atrocious choke jobs in this series. But like, ultimately, look, things can be excuses and things can be reasons. Like, it's inexcusable for the face of the NBA and arguably who many people are touting as the best player in the NBA to have these egregious choke jobs at the biggest of stages. In a series, they should really be up 3-1. But then he is also 22, and he is also a very incomplete and flawed player still, realistically, despite the fact he's averaging like 28 and 11 in this series. So, like, I think he will be the better for it, and he will come back and he will make up for it in spades. I keep saying that. And if you want to label me a Wemby jock sniffer or glazer or whatever, because I'm pointing that out, then so be it, I suppose. James Cav 81. Thank you, James, for coming back in with a very generous donation, my friend. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Gary, what is the question or comment from James here, who is a big Knicks fan?
Assuming the Knicks finish the job, if Brunson doesn't win MVP, do you think he's still in the Curry, Isaiah Thomas conversation as one of the few small guards to lead their team to an NBA championship?
Yeah, he is. And I would say more towards Isaiah Thomas than Curry. I wouldn't put Brunson necessarily in a Curry category, but like, for sure, I'd say, look, Whitlock is obsessively comparing Brunson to Isaiah Thomas. And I think that's a very good comp, actually. Isaiah Thomas was never a top 5 player in the NBA. He was never the face of the NBA. He was always overlooked. There was always far better players in the league, Magic, Bird, Jordan. And I think Brunson is a good comp. He's like the 7th through 10th best player in the NBA. So I think that's a really good analogy. Ultimately, I don't think he's going to reach Curry status unless he wins like 2 or 3 more rings. At least 1 or 2 more. But I personally, look, Brunson will probably win finals MVP. I wouldn't vote for, I think Karl Anthony Towns is the MVP of the series, quite frankly. Or OG Anunoby for that matter, because they just do so much on the other side. They're the 2 best defenders on the team. And it's the defense that is winning the series for them. Brunson was subbed out on the last possession defensively because he's not good at defense. And like, yes, he makes clutch shots at the end, but so does OG Anunoby, who hit the corner baseline three. I know they lost that game last game, but who hit that ridiculous corner baseline three last game? OG Anunoby. Who hit the go-ahead season-saving, run-saving shot tonight? OG Anunoby. So, like, I personally do not. OG Anunoby and Karl-Anthony Towns are the two best players on this team. Like, not. But if you tell me Brunson is the catalyst or the galvanizing force or whatever, like, I'm okay with that. If you want to give him the Finals MVP, like, no one else has distanced themselves enough, like, I would be okay with that. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay, see, this is my point. I agree with you about OG, and this is something that you can try to reconcile before you go on Fearless. Maybe you've already seen it, but he was a -1, whereas Jalen Brunson was a +11. Cat was +17. Josh Hart was a +11. He only had 6 points. OG was a -1 and had 33 points, 67% field goal, 7 of 9 3-pointers, 6 for 6 free throws, but yet he's a -1 while Josh Hart is a +11. That's why I say I don't solely go by the plus minus.
Well,
how do
yes,
you reconcile
there are
that?
outlier games. If you look at OG Anunoby, I'll look at it real quick. Hang on 1 second. So, yes, there are outlier games like this. But Gary, I swear, I know you hate the advanced analytics, but they largely
I don't hate it. I just say it's
do not lie, though.
No, what I'm saying is it doesn't always tell the whole tale. That's my point. I don't hate the plus minus. I'm just saying that it doesn't always tell the whole tale. That's my point.
But I think they largely do tell the whole point, quite frankly. Like, I really do. Like, I think so, like the on-offs, for instance, to me, like, they just simply don't lie. Like, if I go, so like, yes, like, OG wasn't great tonight in the plus minus. For the entire playoff run, Gary, Jalen Brunson is a -3.3. And Karl-Anthony Towns is a +10.6. So, like, Karl-Anthony Towns, and let me just make sure, Landry Shamet is a +18. And so Karl-Anthony Towns is the best. So Karl-Anthony Towns has the best on-off on the team other than Shamet, who plays far less minutes. But so Karl-Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson play similar minutes. And I mean, those numbers are what they are. Like, Jalen Brunson has been off the floor for 205 minutes. Karl-Anthony Towns has been off the floor for 292. Brunson's been on for 616. Karl-Anthony Towns on for 530. And again, Towns is plus like 11 and Brunson is -3. So, like, Brunson does a lot of good things for the Knicks and he's the leader and whatever. But, like, Karl-Anthony Towns, the best player on the team for these playoffs. He's been the best player. Like, OG Anunoby, whatever, has been there all postseason. But, like, Karl-Anthony Towns has been magnificent in this postseason. Magnificent. And his defense on Wembanyama changes. Like, when the Knicks are at their best, it's because Karl-Anthony Towns is bottling up Victor Wembanyama, and that's what he did in the fourth quarter tonight. So, like,
and that's when they came back.
Yeah,
because the first half he was out.
Right?
Wasn't he out most of the first half when they ran up that big lead?
100%. So that's what, to me, Cat. Look, and there's been plenty of examples of a guy that we've seen recently, like Kawhi Leonard in 2014. Like, the very next year, was it in 2015 when Andre Iguodala won the Finals MVP? Like, defensive performances getting the Finals MVP. Like, Cat, to me, has done, like, his performance warrants Finals MVP, but they're probably going to give it to Brunson, which I'm ultimately fine with. Xavier DeGod says, Gary, LeBron is 6'8" and 250 and plays power forward LMAO. Well, he does play. He's more of a 3. He's mainly a 3.
He's a 3.5.
He's listed mainly a 3, and he's a point forward. Like he may be listed at 3, but he plays point guard primarily. I mean, he guards bigger players, but he plays offensively. He plays point guard. All right, let's see here. We've got,
and I don't disagree with you, by the way, that Cat probably should be MVP because Brunson played pretty much most of the first half and second half, and the difference came when in the whole series. You see it in game 2 when they threw those fouls on Cat in the third quarter.
Right.
The Spurs went on a run.
Right.
And they weren't doing much before that. And tonight, the Knicks just chipped away at the lead once Cat came back in. So I'm not in disagreement with that at all, that Cat is probably deserving of the MVP.
Right. And like the way I would say it is, Brunson, if you want to compare Brunson to whatever, like if you want to say, I don't know, like maybe Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, like when they played for the Warriors. Like Kevin Durant was their best player. Curry was their most important player, though, I think. Like he usually led in like the on-offs and the plus-minus and stuff. And like Kevin Durant got the finals MVPs, though. He was the best player. Curry was their most important player. If you want to say, and like, look, if you want to say maybe Shaq was the Lakers' best player in the 2001-2002 playoffs, but Kobe was the most important player or whatever, like I would be okay maybe with that distinction. Like if you want to say Brunson is the most important player or the most valuable player or whatever, I would say he's the most important, but not the best. And I think Cat has been the best. And I think Cat should be the MVP, honestly, in this.
Cat may be the most. I would, I felt Brunson, and I think that Brunson's militant attitude is what they're following. But in this series, Cat has been the best and the most important because look what happens when he's on the bench opposed to when he's out there playing. And that's ultimately another reason why I wasn't too upset about this, because when Cat's out there, they just look like they're a better unit than the Spurs.
Yeah.
So that's why I wasn't like as shell shocked. And that's why you heard me saying over the text, I don't like the way the Spurs are playing right now, because I knew that when the Knicks put everyone on there, that they play better as an offensive unit.
Yep. Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's get back to Stephanie. What's up? LOL, where the heck does this Wemby accent come from? And Skap, the duo of Harper and Wemby I'm talking about for the next years. This series is over. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, I think. I'm with you, Stephanie. So where does the Wemby? So again, I don't hide it. I don't it's a well-known thing, Stephanie, that I'm a big Jim Rome fan. I love his show. I love him as a personality. I think he's the best in the business, the best of all time. I think he's the GOAT, damn it. Jim Rome as a sports talk personality or a talking head or whatever. And I have Jungle Tourette's. He calls his show The Jungle, and all of the drops and stuff that he plays, I have a problem with. I get it repeated in my mind. I say it. It comes out all the time. Like us is kind of from him and Wemby. So there's this drop that Rome loves, and he plays it all the time. I think it was when the Lakers and the Spurs were playing. So it must be like Stu Lance or something. Let me see who are the Lakers hometown broadcast team. I want to say Stu Lance maybe was the guy that had the call. Bill McDonald and Stu Lance. So it might have been Stu Lance, maybe. Maybe I'm making it up. I want to say it was a Lakers game and a Lakers hometown broadcast call. So but anyway, Wembanyama got dunked on. And it was bad. It was egregious. I want to say maybe like Rui Hachimura. I don't know. Stephanie, I'm going to do some research on this and find out where I'm going to get to the bottom of where this Rome drop comes from. But anyway, it's a former player that played in the NBA that's on a hometown broadcast. And when one of the players on that home team dunked on Wemby, the call was outrageous. The guy's like, Wemby, come get some Wemby. And he just kept, and Rome plays that drop all the time. So Wemby is just constantly, anytime I see it, that's just the way I'm going to say it. Like, I just can't help myself. But yes, Stephanie, they will be back in many years to come. But yes, I think like you, the series is probably over, but it's not totally over. I still feel as if there's a small little chance, because the Spurs do have the benefit of 2 home games still. Most of the time, teams that are down 3-1, generally they have to win 2 games on the road, not just 1. The Spurs only have to win 1. So there is there's a bigger chance than usual, I think. And the fact that the Spurs still have the best player on the floor. I know he's choking, but he's still the best player. And finally, the Spurs have dominated multiple games in this series. They just can't find a way to close it off in the end. If they can put it all together for 3 straight games, they can still come back and win. But it is very bleak and unlikely at this point. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne has changed the avatar yet again. Damn it. You see, Gary, I told you someone was going to snag that extremely unflattering shot of me from when you were talking about De'Aaron Fox's contract and put it on some kind of a thumbnail to make me look like an idiot. And I didn't have to wait long to see it. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne has done it, and it says, not, what's that say? Not.
It says, hot damn, look at them Cardi D's.
Skap's Extra Strong Cologne, you're very clever. I'll give you that. Which coaches are the biggest playoff chokers in history of professional sport? Wait, which coaches are the biggest playoff chokers in the history of professional sports, regardless of if they ever actually won anything of significance? Obviously, Doc Rivers. Yes, obviously. I mean, he's the guy that really principally comes to mind. I think you got to throw in Marty Schottenheimer in the NFL, who has just an outrageous regular season record and win record and a ridiculously terrible playoff record. Like, terrible. I'm trying to think of like who else I would really throw in there, Gary. Is there anybody that comes to mind for you that you would think of? I mean, to me, Doc Rivers is for sure my NBA guy. And then Marty Schottenheimer comes to mind. Mike Tomlin, who
that was what I was about to say,
who went out without winning a playoff game in like 10 years. You guys all know how I feel about that guy. I've done a number of videos on him and the state of my Pittsburgh Steelers over the last decade. So, there's but to me, maybe Doc Rivers is like the number one guy. I mean, he holds all of the all-time records in his sport for futility and choke jobs. So he's got to be mentioned prominently. We've got Deuce Infinitum 2001. I knew I would get it eventually. Deuce, what is up? What's going on? I like the handle. It took me a while to get it. I would fire the coach now pre-flight. Well, I'm one for making, I just mentioned Mike Tomlin, his bum ass that should have been fired probably like 8 years ago. Instead, me and others of my ilk, namely suffering Pittsburgh Steelers fans, have had to sit and choke on the weight of Mikey T's inadequacies and failures for the last decade plus. One insufferable pontificating press conference after the next about the process being the standard, I should say, being the standard, and then only to lose and fail time after time, and to celebrate himself and beat his chest to finish 500 year after year. Congratulations, you bum. So, yes, I honestly would have fired Tomlin long ago. I would have fired Joe Mazzulla after their first round collapse against the Philadelphia 76ers this year. Joe Mazzulla won the coach of the year this year, and I don't give a good goddamn. He would have been out. hit the bricks, pal, because you are going out. Just like Alec Baldwin said in his Glenn Ross monologue, that's what Joe Mazzulla would have been going out with. You know, first prize, a new Cadillac Eldorado. Second prize, anybody want to know? A set of steak knives. Third prize is you're fired, Joe Mazzulla. Hit the bricks because you are going nowhere. But no, that would be me. So I'm with you, Deuce. Even though I think Mitch is a terrific. I think Mitch should have won Coach of the Year this year, quite frankly. And he's only 39, and this is just his first year as a head coach. But I mean, Deuce, I won't necessarily push back too much on you with this one because these are egregious failures. So, and I think ultimately it's got to come down to the head coach when you throw, like, quite frankly, Wemby's turnover in game 2 when he threw it off Stephon Castle's back. I want a timeout there immediately. So, like, as soon as Wemby secures the rebound, if it's me, I'm taking the quick timeout right there. There's some situations where you might let a team go. Let them go quick. Let them get a good look with the defense kind of out of place and backpedal in reaction mode, because if you take the timeout, you get to draw the play up, but you let the defense get set as well. But look, the Spurs ain't that team. It's not like they're a seasoned veteran squad and they have like some guy that's, is going to get them into a good situation and get them a good look. Like, I would have wanted a timeout there to set the offense up and get what, because you need a good shot there, obviously, but you don't need it to go in because it's a tie game. So you basically get a timeout there. There's like 9 seconds left. You talk over, hey, this is the play we're going to run. Do not initiate till there's like 5 seconds left. Do not let that ball leave your hand until it's going to be the last shot, unless it's a dunk or something. Unless it's an undeniable chippy, like that's got to be the last shot. Boom, we go to overtime at worst. But no, Mitch just lets them play it out for whatever reason. You can see there was some uncertainty. Stephon Castle was looking back. Is he going to outlet it to me? Is he not? And then he turned his back he turned his head back, and then Wemby throws it off. So look, it's a bad turnover by Wemby, but you can trace that back to Mitch Johnson too and poor coaching. So, Deuce, I'm not gonna be overly critical of your take here.
I disagree.
Okay, Gary will be overly critical of your take.
Because if they called a timeout, it was possible the Knicks could have got a turnover because their defense was really good. So what I'd say, I don't think it would have happened, but my point is, I would rather Wemby just pass the ball to a guard and let them go down, try to get a quick score, and in worst case scenario, we're going to overtime. Wemby takes 100% of that blame. 100. I don't care about the inexperience I've been talking about. That's for future down the road. I'm talking about building a dynasty. But in that moment, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's Dylan Harper, a first-year player. In that moment, you learn the fundamentals in elementary school. You rebound, pass to a guard. The problem is these centers want to play the point guard position. That was the confusion, because Wemby in his head was like, do I dribble it up or do I pass it? That was the brain fart. That was what he was doing. Castle was expecting it, because fundamentally, Castle would have got the ball and he would have taken it down and they all would have raced down to help Castle. But Wemby delayed. Go back and watch the replay. You can see where he overthinks it and then he turns the ball over. It's 100% on Wemby. Tonight's loss, I put 100% on Mitch for not telling them, go run some clock, pass the ball, get good floor spacing, and then attack the basket and try to draw some fouls. Let's just run some clock out of here. Stop clunking up the threes. If I was the coach, I'd have been saying, let one of you mofos brick up another three. Your ass is on the bench. That's what I would have been saying. Run clock off the time, dribble around, attack the basket, get the ball to Wemby. Let Wemby attack. Let them get worn out by Wemby at the back. You are 7'6". There's no excuse for that. And honestly, if you're going to be in GOAT conversation,
Your instincts as Wemby, like I blame Mitch, but I also give a little blame to Wemby because your instincts have to kick in. I'm taking control. I'm attacking. Like Kobe Bryant when he was 22. He's like, I got this. That's what Wemby needed to do because we know he's capable. Now his mental's got to match up with the physical. So this is just why I'm so annoyed by this lapse tonight. But at the same time, I'm also not shocked by it.
Yeah, I just checked. The Spurs took 86 shot attempts tonight. 43 of them came from behind the three-point line. Half.
Remember last year in the second round when the Knicks were playing Boston and Boston kept breaking. We were making fun of them because I want to say in 2 games, they were 25 of 100 from three-pointers. And I just remember that stat because it was such an even 25 of 100 for 3-point land in 2 games. Because I remember saying the same thing I was saying about the Spurs. The offense is clunky. Basketball's fundamental, y'all. Stop overthinking it. Pass the ball until a shooter has a high percentage shot. That's all you have to do. These guys are overthinking it.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that does come down to coaching, honestly, as they're jacking 3 after 3 after 3 with that kind of a lead. Xavier DeGod says, Skap, A New Hope is the most complete Star Wars movie because there was no sequels planned, and it's the best. Empire is the most iconic Star Wars. Revenge of the Sith is great too. Totally disagree, Xavier. When I was younger, I loved Return of the Jedi was my favorite one. And then as I got older, Empire just became amazing. Like it's just so great. Which the same thing happened to me with the Indiana Jones trilogy. When I was young, I liked the Last Crusade best. Was my favorite one when I was younger. But then as I got older, it became glaringly apparent that Raiders of the Lost Ark is clearly the best one. So, but you are right. A New Hope is a standalone film. There was no additional films, not planned, though George Lucas claims he had the whole story arc in his mind already figured out. But you're right. A New Hope, the initial theatrical release was just Star Wars. It was not an episode 4, or it's not called episode 4 or anything like that. It was only after its immense, ridiculous success. Like I'm talking about industry redefining moments. There are only a few industry redefining moments in cinematic history, like dating back like whatever, 200 years. Star Wars in 1977, Star Wars was one of those moments. And that's why, damn it, Gary, you have to see it. Even though I know it's not your kind of movie, but in 1977, think about it. Star Wars grossed $460 million in the box office. In 1977, that is insane. It became an absolute worldwide phenomenon. And it is one of the few, like, 4 or 5 industry genre, redefining moments throughout all of Hollywood history. So when that happened, Xavier, to your point, then all of a sudden, George Lucas was like, ching, ching, like, oh, wait, I have all of these other ideas for all of this additional storyline. So you're right. Star Wars initially, the original one in 77, was a standalone. So there was an actual ending for it, like a complete ending. But I still, no way. Like Empire, like, look, I hate to refer to Rotten Tomatoes, but I do refer to Rotten Tomatoes a lot. I just am interested to see what A New Hope is. The 1977 release, damn good, damn fine, 93% critical from the critics. So 208 professional critical reviewers have it at a 93%. 253,000 plus fans or users have it at 96%. So 93 and 96%, hard to argue with, but I'm going to go ahead and bet I would bet a big amount, Xavier, that episode 5 is probably higher rated. $19.80, the Empire Strikes Back release. Ooh, it's very tight. They're very similar. 93% critics, so similar, same exact critic score, and then 97% audience, so 1% higher on the audience. Okay, Xavier, you've convinced me. They're close, but in my estimation, Empire is the superior film. Rand Moss 45. Oh, more Star Wars. Yeah, so let's keep talking Star Wars. Episode 1 and 2 are pretty bad. Episode 3, I think it's Revenge of the Sith is the name of that, episode 3. Though, come on, Skap. Gotta rewatch it and try watching it separate from episode 1 and 2. Revenge of the Sith is awesome. The last 25 minutes of Phantom Menace, the first one was good, I thought. The second one, which I believe is called Clone Wars, terrible. Terrible. And the Natalie Portman, what the hell is his name? Hayden Christensen love story element in that second one, Clone Wars, is disgusting. Like way overblown and way overdone, in my opinion. Just ridiculous sequences there. You know, I think what ruins it for me, Rand, is Hayden Christensen is trash. I think that's the big problem. Like, who's the guy? I can't think of who plays Obi-Wan.
Is it Ewan McGregor?
Yes, Ewan McGregor, drawing complete. Great actor. I'm a big Ewan McGregor fan. I like his work. I like mostly all the things he's been in. And I like him as Obi-Wan. I thought he was terrific as Obi-Wan. Good casting with Ewan McGregor. Terrible casting with Hayden Christensen. Terrible. So I think honestly, he probably destroys most, and therefore his performance in Revenge of the Sith is just not believable to me, which takes me out of it and why I don't like Revenge of the Sith at all. Though some parts are cool, and the fight between him and Obi-Wan at the end is pretty cool. So I'll give you that. The end of Phantom Menace and the end of the Sith are both pretty good. All right, Booge got that beam is in next, or I should say in again. If this series,
I got this, and I got the easy answer. If this series goes 7, which game would be the hardest for the Spurs to win? Game 6 in Madison Square Garden or Game 7 at home? 100 million trillion %. Game 6 at Madison Square Gardens, because if they beat them in Madison Square Garden, the role will be reversed, and it'll be extremely hard for the Knicks to win in San Antonio in Game 7.
Yeah, look, the 3-1 again. It's not that unmanageable. Like it's just the Game 6. Like that's it. Like that's the way you got to see it. Like the Spurs have been the better team for most of the series. They just have to go in and win a game at home. They haven't won a game at home yet this series. They blew the first 2. I don't see any way they lose 3 straight games at home. So, like, they're going to win Game 5. So, I mean, if they get back in Game 7, then New York, the whole weight of, like, the entire New York Knicks fan base will be riding on the shoulders of the Knicks. Like, they will be going right in the direction of Choke City, I feel like, if it gets back for a Game 7. So, like, I agree. 100%. It is the Game 6 in the Garden is the hardest one to get. For sure. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. Take that out. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne is in. Gary, I'll read this one even though I'm choking all over myself because it's a question for you. Question for Gary. Which third world country do you predict will be receiving the 2026 San Antonio Spurs NBA title t-shirts and the season review DVDs?
Well, we'll still be able to sell season review DVDs in the States.
Gary, if you see this, you know what he's talking about, right? When you see these kids with like these like kids in Africa or whatever that have like,
I've never seen them. I know they do make shirts. Obviously, they make shirts for both teams. I thought they literally had to burn the losers in a furnace or something, because that would be illegal, I would think, to actually distribute those shirts because they're factually not accurate.
Unless it's like AI generator or something. I swear I've seen like Utah Jazz 1998 NBA Finals shirts for like kids in like Africa or something.
Champions or finals shirts, yes, but champion shirts,
Champions.
that's different.
Champions? Utah Jazz 19. I swear I've seen these kids in these remote like African like huts in these like areas in these like tribes where they're like literally they've got like Utah Jazz 1998 NBA Finals champions. Like it's so that's what Skap's Extra Strong Cologne is referring to. So I don't know. That's a good question, Skap's Extra Strong. Maybe I could do an investigative piece and get to the bottom of it. I'll like reach out to Commish, Adam. So are you watching, Adam? Are you watching? Can you hear me from New York with those ears? I'm sure you can. Let us know who's getting the pallets of San Antonio Spurs 2026 NBA championship hats and tees. That's a great question. Okay, we got one.
Your friend is back.
Yep.
Okay, I got your friend here. I'll read it to you.
What's up, Jason? Thank you.
Not a standalone. I know what he said. He also said there was no 7, 8, 9, and yet part of the sale included him turning over the 3 outlines. They just didn't use them. Obi-Wan is also proof if you pay attention.
So I feel like that, and there needed to be, I think there should have been more focus on Obi-Wan. I think they should have done I don't think they did, but they should have done a spinoff with Ewan McGregor for more Obi-Wan stuff. But yes, apparently, according to George Lucas, I don't want to call George a liar, but according to George, yes, he's right. He did have an idea for 1 through 9. And that was at the beginning of the story, like when he made the first movie. I guess according to him, he just didn't think that he would be able to make the additional films because he didn't think that it was going to be such a big hit at the time. And then, they went on and did what they did. I think they ultimately, I see Jason is continuing to text me, but I can't really see exactly what he's saying. But anyway, I know the sale to Disney happened pre 7, 8, 9. And then they obviously, so that's what he's saying. He also said there was no 7, 8, 9 yet. Part of the sale included him turning over those 3 outlines. So while I guess Lucas didn't own the rights anymore after I believe he sold the rights for like some crazy number, Gary. It was like $4 billion is what George Lucas, I think, sold the rights for Star Wars. But let me just check that.
Sold them to Disney?
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
$4 billion. George Lucas sold Lucasfilm, including the entire Star Wars franchise, to the Walt Disney Company in 2012 for $4.05 billion, which is insane. That is an insane number. But then they made The Phantom Menace, and they made the Force Awakens, which that movie grossed like $2 billion worldwide dollars, I believe. Let me just see. The domestic gross for The Force Awakens was $936 million. So in the United States box office, then it grossed $1.1 billion internationally. Add it all up, the worldwide box office cum for The Force Awakens in 2015 was $2 billion. So when I say that George Lucas getting $4 billion for the rights is absurd, categorically insane, it 100% is. But the very first thing they did, basically, after they acquired the rights, made them half of it back. Then they put all of this other shit out. They've got The Mandalorian, the Han Solo movie, episodes 8 and 9 that would follow, Rogue One, like they have probably grossed, I don't like $20 billion from their store. So that $4 billion is a pretty prudent investment, if you ask me, by the Disney Corporation. So, just a little supply and demand economics discussion here on your way out at 4:05 a.m. if you're watching us on the East Coast of the good old US of A. And I am on my way out here, guys, shortly. I've got a couple more of these comments, and we still have, Gary, outrageously enough, 600 people in here at the 4-hour and 18-minute mark. Another ridiculous night here in the Skap Live After Dark, where the waters are always warm and welcoming. Thank you guys so much. We've got Deuce Infinitium, or whatever, however we say that. It gets me tripped up every time. But thank you, Deuce. Gary, go ahead and read this one for me from Deuce. It's about the Lakers.
Skap, 2008 through 2010, I literally watched every Laker game, all of them. It was a chore. My girlfriend hated it. I did record her shows and had 2 TVs.
Yeah, I've been running a dual TV setup for most of my adult life since basically I was in college. You got to get multiple sports games on. Usually there's multiple things to watch. I got to watch like World Series games, NFL games, NBA games, NHL games. If there's just a boring Monday Night Football game on or something, I get a movie on as well, something like that. So you got to run multiple TVs. Way easier these days. I used to have to run like a coaxial cable splitter to like box set tubes back when I was in college. Now it's far easier to get that dual setup. So shout out to you, Deuce. Basically, I've seen every game essentially Kobe Bryant's ever played in. So I feel you. And guess what? I've lived on the East Coast for my entire life. So that was no small undertaking to watch 20 years of West Coast games and stuff. Particularly, high school, college years, whatever, up to like 1:30, 1:45 most nights on the East Coast. And now I'm still being plagued by my East Coast roots here in these Skap Live After Dark streams for like 2 months in these playoffs, 2 years in a row now, where I'm up to like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning doing these outrageously length live streams. Maybe I need to move. Maybe I'll move to Hawaii before next year. So these live streams will be over like 9 p.m. Like that would be that will be a much easier schedule for me, I think, moving forward. Next, and oh my goodness, what, Gary? Can you expand that? We have a third avatar change.
It just says, like you say, Wimby. That's just what it
Wimby. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne in again with a third. This is like a wardrobe change. A third avatar change of the night. Greatest choker ever, Spreewell. Oh my God.
Speaking of choke, how do you like this for me, Skap? Who's my favorite baseball team?
The Toronto.
And who's my favorite NBA team?
Well, the Spurs, yeah.
Look at this.
And a tough couple.
I think I need therapy.
But yeah, Skap's Extra Strong Cologne with a just an uncouth Latrell Sprewell reference to him. Of course, he said, "If you know, you know." Of course, he's referencing Latrell Sprewell choking PJ Carlesimo, who was the head coach at the time. Yes, I do know Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. But guys, despite the fact there are still 600 people in here, I've got a lot to do tomorrow, quite frankly. I've got to do my LeBron James Time Player of the Year. It's done, but it needs edited. It's like a 9.5 minute video. There's a couple errors in my record. So it's probably gonna be about an 8 minute and 20-second video. And it's all video overlay. There's no Skap face on that one. No on-cam stuff. So I got to get working on that thing. I'm going to be battling Whitlock I'm going to be battling Whitlock in like 6 or 7 hours on his show about how important Karl Anthony Towns is and how he's the MVP over Brunson. So guys, despite the fact I am humbled as always by the support here, your generous donations, but more so just the amount of time you guys devote to listening to me ramble on about this shit. 4.5 hours tonight, still 600 people on here. But I got to get to bed, unfortunately. So I'm going to say thank you guys so very much. Thank you, Gary, as always, for a great night and for all of your efforts here. I appreciate it very much, as always. And I appreciate you guys very much. You know, I won't rule out a live stream sometime maybe in the next few days. Because the next one is until Saturday. The next game is until Saturday. So that would leave Thursday and Friday. So maybe I might do although something has to present itself for me to talk about. But I'll consider maybe. I won't say I'm off for the next 2 days. Maybe that's what it will come to, perhaps, because I don't know that I will be on or anything. But if something comes up, I may slide on. And then probably not tomorrow. Definitely not tomorrow, but maybe on Friday. Though I do have, if Stefan Piscano is still on, I do have a record sesh with Stefan. So maybe I will just take the next 2 days off. And I can tell you this with certainty, though, that Gary and I will 100% be here on Saturday night at like 11:30 following Game 5 in San Antonio to talk about that, break it down, and obviously get into all of the foolishness that ensues following that with your questions and comments. And I'm sure that will be another late night. So we will see you guys definitively then. Until then, guys, I hope that you have a tremendous rest of your night tonight and a great few days in between. And Gary and I, again,